D'accord.
Tout à fait.
Ok. Bien. Bah, écoutez, on va y aller, hein. Allez, on y va? Bonjour à toutes et à tous, très heureux de vous retrouver. Alors, comme ça, je suis en vacances, vous le voyez avec mon fond d'écran, mais j'ai voulu malgré le fait que je sois en vacances, être là avec vous pour lancer ce webinaire, dont le sujet est très important en réalité. On a l'habitude de travailler sur la question de l'adaptation au changement climatique, des zones côtières, mais aujourd'hui, on va travailler sur comment on fait. Comment on fait et avec quels moyens? Et cette question, elle est vraiment d'actualité. Vous vous rappelez qu'à la COP23 de la Convention de Barcelone, à Porto Rose, en décembre 2023, le mot d'ordre, c'était aller de la décision à l'action. Eh bien, pour aller de la décision à l'action, il faut savoir ce qu'on veut faire, et en général, on le sait, mais il faut aussi avoir les moyens financiers de le faire. Et là, le bas blesse, comme on dit en français. Il y a un décalage entre nos ambitions et nos moyens d'action. Ce décalage, il est très important. Il a été estimé par le PNUE, le Programme d'action des Nations Unies pour l'environnement, à environ 300 milliards de dollars, et on a à peu près sur la table chaque année 30 milliards de dollars. On est à peu près dans un facteur 1 à 10 de ce qu'il faudrait pour travailler et pour essayer d'adapter, notamment le trait de côte, mais pas seulement, à la montée des eaux et au changement climatique. Donc cette question va être débattue ce matin, mais sachez que le Plan Bleu, dans le cadre de la révision de la stratégie méditerranéenne de développement durable pour la période 2036, pardon, fait de cette question des finances vertes pour la Grande Bleue, des finances vertes et bleues pour la transition écologique et adaptative, une de ses priorités, sa priorité sans doute, dans le cadre de la stratégie méditerranéenne. Donc ce travail que vous allez faire ce matin, eh bien, on va le suivre, on va l'enregistrer et il va, enrichir nos travaux, du groupe de travail finances publiques de façon, j'allais dire, à faire avancer les choses. À faire avancer les choses, ça peut être mettre en place une taxonomie verte, notamment pour la Grande Bleue, qui touche notamment à l'aménagement côtier, mais pas seulement, qui puisse toucher aussi à la gestion de la mer et à la gestion des terres du pourtour méditerranéen. Ça peut être aussi d'alerter les bailleurs, en particulier l'Union européenne, sur la nécessité qu'on a de mobiliser davantage de fonds pour accompagner cette transition sur laquelle vous travaillez toutes et tous. Donc je vous remercie de votre engagement, je vous remercie de votre présence et je vous laisse dans les mains expertes de Michael Karner et d'Insa Behrens. Je vous souhaite une excellente session et une très bonne journée. Merci.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Robin, for these introductory words. Just before I pass over to our dear colleagues from GWP-Med and also Patricia Puig-Martin, who will be doing the moderation today, I wanted to welcome you all in the context of the Med program and of the water environment support projects. Today's webinar on coastal adaptation finance has been organized by Plan Bleu and GWP-Med in the context of these projects, based on the work that the partners have been doing around the Mediterranean over the past years. And speaking on the Plan Bleu side, we're very happy to have our partners from the Med Program Special Climate Change Fund project here, where we've been working on climate change adaptation in coastal zones for the past few years together. I'm talking about PAPRAC and Global Water Partnership Mediterranean, as well as our pilot sites in Morocco and Montenegro. You'll be hearing more about them today. So without further ado, I'm handing over to our colleague Patricia for the day's moderation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I have to intervene on behalf of the European.
Excuse me, Professor. I just meant that Patricia will moderate the day and hand over to you now, and that's
okay.
it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a great pleasure that I'm welcoming you on behalf of the European Union and the EU Water and Environment Support, the WEST project, in my capacity as its team leader, since Mr. Frederic Fortune from DG NEAR cannot participate with us today in this significant workshop on mobilizing finance for coastal adaptation in the Mediterranean. WES co-organizes it with SCCF, UNEP-MAP, Plan Bleu, and PAPRAC, and the Global Water Partnership, Mediterranean, all of whom I thank for the excellent cooperation. We consider this workshop as a preparatory stage for the SCCF WES regional roundtable that we will host in Athens in the first days of December, but also for the financing efforts of the closely related to climate adaptation, water, energy, food ecosystem, the WIFE Nixus strategy, on which WES and our fellow co-organizers also work in close synergy. We'll present and discuss today, as it was already mentioned, interesting original documents about methodologies and assessments concerning both public and private sources. And in the afternoon, you will attend 2 parallel sessions on rapid capacity assessments and coastal adaptation solutions of the SCCF pilot sites in Montenegro and Morocco, and another one on enabling climate adaptation financing deep dives, as we say, in the financial planning and the private sector. Let me stress at this point that in the Mediterranean, we are not discussing anymore the climate change as a challenge ahead of us, but as a crisis already experienced throughout the region, at the coastal zone and beyond, with unprecedented droughts and floods and devastating forest fires. These conditions should have united all countries, north and south, and all sectors, and the EU, which leads the efforts on climate change at global level, in a much more coordinated way and with much more consolidated common action. We are in front of an existential issue which affects deeply not only the environment, but the society and the economy, and makes the governance at all levels and fronts more and more difficult. As an existential issue, the responsibility should be shared by all and distributed among governments and stakeholders according to the available resources at all levels. There are serious ethical and justice issues, intergenerational and overall, that dictate the responsible behavior and relevant action. However, and without forgetting this background, it is necessary to also recognize that the needed investment and transformation of models, policies, operations, and practices towards resilience and sustainable development in the region require, in parallel to the changes of mindsets, major financial investments that should be encouraged with incentives and secured through effective mechanisms for realistic reduction of risks. In these efforts, ESG, CSR, and philanthropy could have an instrumental catalytic and facilitating role. All these issues will be discussed today, and I do hope that at the end of the day, we will be better informed and stimulated for the next steps towards the needed urgent action. Thank you all very much for the cooperation and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Skoulos. Over to Patricia. Good morning, Patricia. Sorry, Patricia, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And Thanks for joining us today, all these groups of experts, policymakers, and practitioners. So we will focus on engaging climate resilience in coastal investment planning, with a special focus on the regions of Montenegro and Morocco. And our objectives for the workshop today is to understand the regional climate challenges. So we will begin exploring the unique climate risk faced by coastal areas, particularly in the Mediterranean. And this includes examining vulnerabilities, current challenges, and the potential impact of climate change on regional economies, infrastructure, and ecosystems. Also, we will explore financial readiness and adaptive capacity. So we will delve into financial mechanisms, policy frameworks, and institutional capacities that are essential for climate adaptation. Also, we will highlight some case studies. And finally, in the afternoon, we will facilitate a practical more session, collaborative solutions during the breakout session, where we focus on generate actionable ideas and strategies. So these sessions we provide a platform for sharing insights, best practice, and potential funding opportunities that can drive meaningful change in our regions, our focus regions. So I would like to leave the floor to Catherine Jadot, who she is the expert consultant at Oceanogamy, that she will give the content of most of the session, sharing her expertise. So the first part of the session is understanding climate risk and opportunities in coastal investment. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Patricia. And good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Jadot, and I'm a blue economy strategist based in Florida, USA. So after this great introduction, it's my great honor to start to kick off this first session today with understanding the climate risk and opportunities in climate investment. So for this first session, we're first going to have an overlook of what we're going to do. Then we're going to have an overlook of why it is so important to invest in coastal adaptation. And finally, we will look at the different climate risk that we have to integrate in our thinking. So before even jumping into the meat of the subject, I usually like to show this slide. Why? So this is the shared socioeconomic pathway. And this chart illustrates the potential temperature trajectory relative to pre-industrial levels. So what does it mean? Well, it really shows that we still have different options, different pathways that we can take. And those different pathways take into consideration how fast the economy will grow, what are the advances in technology, how we manage our own resources, but also the choices that we make about the environment. So what you see on the screen here, the white yellowish band that you see at the bottom represent the historical temperature. It shows what the temperature are, where and are, and how they have changed over time up to 2020. That white block that you see at the end of the yellow band is actually the current temperature, indicating where we are today. And this really serves as the baseline of those different projections. And then you see 5 different colored bands, and those 5 different bands that you see are the different trajectories, are the different scenarios. They are the different future that are still possible today. So on the very left, you see SSP1. It's a world where we make a drastic shift towards sustainability, where governments and the society has really put an effort to protect the environment. So we have a widespread adoption of renewable energy sources. We are reducing our greenhouse gases. There is a strong international cooperation, and the environment is protected. And on this scenario, completely on the right, where you see SSP5, it's a fossil fuel development scenario where society is heavily dependent on fossil fuel energy. So we have minimal efforts to mitigate for climate change, and there's significant strain on our natural resources, on the environment, on nature. And of course, you have everything in between. You have different scenarios that are possible with varying degrees of socioeconomic development and climate action. So why am I showing you this chart, you're going to say? Well, because each of this pathway can still happen. We don't know yet in which direction we're going to go. And this is why our decision, your decision, will shape the climate and the socioeconomic conditions of tomorrow. So let's keep that in mind when we talk about the different scenario today, because what we are doing today will have a drastic impact on the different pathway possible. And of course, key sectors for the Mediterranean region, like tourism, agriculture, and fisheries, are highly sensitive to climate change. So if we understand those different pathways, if we understand those different scenarios and which one we are heading to, it will enable us not only to mitigate the risk by strengthening coastal defenses and also improving resources management, but it will also capitalize on opportunities by investing in sustainable technology and practices. So really, by integrating climate consideration into our planning and investment decision will impact the future. So on this second slide here, this is what Robin was referring to in his introduction. It shows you the adaptation finance gap. So what it is simply the difference between the adaptation financing needs that you see on the left-hand side in blue and the financing flow, what you see here in red on the third column. And you can see there is indeed a very, very big gap. So the tallest bar here on the left, which are the estimated adaptation financing need, are around 387 billion per year by 2030. Up to 2030, right? And the shortest bar in red, it's the actual public finance that flows into adaptation. And this is only 21 billion in 2021. So you see there is a huge gap that is between 194 and 366 billion per year. So we are talking about the massive, massive difference between the actual flow and the actual need. And even if we try to double international public finance, we will still be missing a lot. So we know from existing case studies that every dollar that we invest today in against coastal flooding will lead tomorrow in a $14 reduction in economic damages. So this is not something that we see very often in finance. A 1 to 14 ratio. If you invest $1, you know you're going to have a reduction of $14 in your economic damages. This is massive. And I live in Florida, and we just had 2 hurricanes back to back, and we have billions. Today, the estimate is at $10 billion dollars of damages, because we were not careful enough, because we didn't invest enough in our coastal protection. So you're going to say, sure, I mean, if you are sitting around the table or around the screen today, it's probably because you already know that we need to do more for coastal adaptation, because you are interested. But you maybe wonder, well, Catherine, that's very fine, but how am I going to be able to finance the adaptations that we need? How will we be able to close the gap? Well, the good news is that very smart people have already looked at that question, and they have drafted in the 2022 IPCC report 7 approaches that will allow to bridge the adaptation finance gap. And that's what you see here. So you have 3 core approaches that we can take to close the gap, to bridge the gap. The first one that you see here is to increase international adaptation finance, because even if we double the international public finance, it's clear that we will need more support. So increasing international funding will significantly reduce climate risk and deliver very high benefits, especially for developing countries. Then the second core approach that we can take to bridge the finance gap for coastal adaptation is to have more effective domestic expenditure. It's just like in any budget, we have to make smarter decisions when it comes to our expenditure, because improving how we allocate and track our national budget for adaptation will ensure that every dollar is used efficiently. And this is what we're going to talk about in this seminar. What are the tools that we can use to make sure that every dollar that we invest will have the biggest impact, not only for the environment, but also for the economy and for the communities. And then the third way that we can bridge this gap is by mobilizing more private investments. So we can actually encourage the private sector by creating the right incentive to really unlock substantial resources to flow into the adaptation finance. And to do that, we need to be able to address the market barriers and imperfection to stimulate private investment in adaptation projects. And this is what we're going to talk about in session 1B in a couple of hours or so. And beyond those 3 core strategies that you see here in green, we also have additional approaches like leveraging remittance, increasing finances for small and medium enterprise, or reforming the global financial architecture. So why are there additional and not core? Because they're a little bit more complex and that might take a little bit more time. But if we implement all those different approaches, we can significantly bridge that finance gap. So there are ways to do it. So that's the good news. So let's jump into the 4 different types of climate risk that we have to consider when we talk about adaptation finance. So we can have policy and legal risk, we can have market and transition risk, we can have reputational risk, and we can have physical risks. So let's jump into questions that we should keep in mind, and I will encourage you to jot down a note to make sure that you keep those 5 questions on top of your head when we're going to go through the session for the entire day, because they will guide your reflection and they will create a specific way to think about the problem and the problems that we're going to talk about today. So the first one is, how mature are your climate-related processes? Are you thinking about climate across business functions? Is climate deeply integrated into your strategies and risk management processes? Do you consider both climate risk and opportunities? Very often we forget that this can also bring opportunities for different businesses. And the final question that I will ask you to keep on top of your mind is, are you clearly indicating to investors that you are taking climate seriously? And if so, how do you do it? So the first type of risk, of climate risk, are the policy and legal risks. So what is it? Well, these are the risks that are coming from changing policies and regulation, changing legal actions related to climate change. So why is it important? Because the non-compliance to these new rules and regulation can result in fines, litigation, or even restricted operations. So in other words, failing to keep up with the changing laws can have very serious financial and operational consequences. So for example, you could have carbon taxes that might increase operational costs. You can have new emission standards that would require expensive upgrade to equipment or processes. And you could even have, maybe more in the US, but I'm sure in Europe too, like in the Netherlands, for example, you could also have lawsuits over environmental damages that could arise if an organization's activity harmed the environment. So what can we do? How can we mitigate those risks? Well, first of all, of course, we can stay updated on policy changes. Just keep abreast of the new laws and regulation at the local, national, but also international level. Then we want to engage in policy advocacy. We want to ensure legal compliance. You want to do regular audits for your operation to ensure that they meet the current standards. And you also want to adopt a proactive strategy for regulatory alignment so that you can anticipate future regulations and adjust your strategy accordingly. And then finally, I think that being proactive and really engaged really help to navigate those policies and legal risk effectively and ensure that our projects remain compliant and successful. The next type of risk, the next step of climate risk that we have to take into consideration is the market and transition risk. So those risks arise from a shift in market demands or technological advancement or also economic transition towards a low carbon economy. So what should you care? Well, because those market shifts will have an impact. It's not an if, it's a when, and they will have an impact on your revenue. They will increase your cost and they will lead to asset devaluation. So if you don't adapt, you might find yourself investing in an asset or a technology that will become obsolete. So as an example, you can have a decline in demand for fossil fuels as renewable energy becomes more and more prevalent, more and more affordable. You can also have, for example, a shift towards renewable energy, and we see this already happening now, and that will affect energy prices and availability also. And then finally, you could also have, let's say, supply chain disruption due to change in material sourcing or transportation. So how can we mitigate those risks? Well, the first one, of course, is to diversify your investment. So spread your investment across different sectors to reduce the dependency on a single market that might be impacted. Then, of course, you want to monitor market trends. You want to secure your supply chains by building relationships with suppliers that are resilient to market change. You want to make sure that all your suppliers are making an effort to be not only resilient to climate change, but also have a positive or at least a neutral impact on their own environment. And then, of course, finally, we can invest in sustainable technology. And I think that by staying, agile and really forward thinking, we can really turn those market and transition risks into real opportunities for growth and innovation. So it could be a good thing. Then the third type of risk, the third type of climate risk that we have to take into consideration are the reputational risks. So these are the risks related to negative perception of stakeholders due to an organization's environmental impact or even a lack of action on climate change. So why does reputation matters? Well, because a damaged reputation can lead to loss of customers, loss of investors, and of course, a loss of market values. And in today's world and the world of Instagram and Facebook and all those social media, stakeholders are increasingly conscious of environmental issues, and they will be very vocal if you're doing something that is not in alignment with what is considered appropriate to protect the environment. So, for example, you could have a public backlash from an environmental violation. We can result in boycotts or protests. You could have poor sustainability practices that makes an organization seem irresponsible or even outdated. And then you could also have failure to meet climate targets, right? Leading to the loss of trust among investors and partners. So what can we do to mitigate this? Well, we can implement and communicate strong sustainability practices and policies, show commitment to environmental responsibility. We can also engage in what is called CSR, corporate social responsibility. Those are different initiatives that will contribute positively to community and the environment. And then finally, we can also improve the transparency in our environmental efforts by reporting on a regular basis our sustainability goals and how we are progressing towards them. The fifth and last type of risk is the physical risk. And then here we can have chronic risk or acute risk. So here we're talking about long-term gradual climate-related changes that will affect operation and assets over time. So why is it significant? Well, because slow but steady environmental changes can lead to ongoing operational disruption and increased maintenance costs. So some example, well, sea level rise that can threaten coastal infrastructures and properties. You can have desertification that will reduce arable land and impacting agriculture. We can have sustained temperature increase that affect energy consumption, but also health of the different citizens. And we also can have coastal erosion that we see pretty much on every part of the globe, and that will diminish land area and also damage ecosystem. So what can we do to mitigate that? Well, we can invest in infrastructure improvements to enhance buildings and facilities to withstand long-term changes. We can also adopt resilient design, making sure that we use, materials and construction methods that are suited for the changing conditions. We can also engage in long-term climate adaptation planning to make sure that we incorporate future climate scenarios into the planning process. And finally, we can also restore ecosystem functions to enhance natural protection. So we can restore wetlands and other natural barriers and seagrass that we see. So an acute physical risk are the short-term extreme weather events that cause immediate damage to assets, infrastructure, and operations. So why are this risk so critical? Because, of course, sudden events can cause significant losses, disrupt supply chains, and lead to costly repairs. Some examples, of course, flood and storm surges, wildfires, and extreme heat waves. I'm sure that every one of you today in this webinar has a clear image of at least one, if not several, acute physical risks that have happened in the last year. It's not unusual to see this popping up in the news more and more frequently. So what can we do to mitigate those risks? Well, we can implement emergency preparedness plans to ensure that we can quickly and effectively respond to disaster. I work a lot in small island nations in the Caribbean where you have a lot of hurricanes. Every single island has an emergency preparedness plan to make sure that they know what to do when this happens and they know how to respond to those acute physical risks. We can also build resilient infrastructure. So we can design buildings and systems that will resist, that will withstand extreme events. We can also use early warning system to make sure that we leverage the technology we have today to receive timely alerts so we can respond faster. And we can also improve disaster response and recovery strategies, make sure that we have the protocols in place to allow for a fast recovery. And I think that by being prepared and investing in resilience, we can really protect our communities and our economies and minimize the impact of acute physical risks. I would like to open the floor quickly. I don't know if there is any questions this far.
Yes, thank you, Catherine, for that insightful session on understanding the climate risks and opportunities on coastal investment. Yes, we would like to open the floor if there are any questions regarding to Catherine's talk. Ali Roma, yeah?
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for this excellent presentation. Very well done. Thank you so much. I have a point. You have mentioned it, but maybe we can think about it because the policies, regulations, it's you know, as you said it clearly. But the issue is the alignment of policies. The policies are there, in particular, for instance, in the Mediterranean. And even there is a lot of efforts to improve the policies, but still we have the policies are not aligned. So this is an issue. So it's not a problem that we don't have, or maybe the policies are not aligned. We have, in particular in the Mediterranean. But when it comes to the policy cohesion, the policy alignment, this is a very important problem. I faced this problem when I remember I was in Tunisia and I'm working directly with the minister and with the Secretary of State. I did my best to try to align the policies, but it's not easy at all. And I created like an interministerial committee to maybe raise this issue and try to align the policy, but it was not easy at all. So I understand your point for the policies, but I believe that the alignment of the policy cohesion, integration, or whatever, this is very, very important, and it's an obstacle for the investment. Thank you so much again, Catherine. Back to you, Patricia.
Thank you, Ali. I think it's a very, very relevant point. And another problem that we see is that you have that silo mentality. So even if you have a platform with the government, it's difficult to look at climate change as, an overarching impact on every single department of a government. And even if, let's say that the fisheries department has a very well developed, policy that is aligned with the climate change, maybe the agriculture department doesn't, right? And then sometimes policies that are taken in one silo will not align with the policy of another silo. So you have like confrontation, and it makes it very, very difficult. So one way that we can go, I don't want to say around that because it's not going around, but one way we can work on that is to create a department that will deal only with climate change and will look at the different departments together. So instead of having each department doing their own, climate change policies and regulation, ideally we want to have a different departments that will deal with that and have bifurcation in every different department. And we see that already happening. Like Zanzibar has one. I think the Maldives has one too. So we see already that governments are proactively creating those legal structure to make sure that we address that. But yes, I agree with you. It's still very challenging. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, I don't see any raised hands, so we will move to the next session. And thank you for this great question and the discussion, Catherine. So now moving forward, we're going to go to session 1B, and we will focus on towards financial planning and the role of private sector engagement in supporting climate adaptation efforts. And for this session, we have Sarah Tosi from GWP-Med. We'll start presenting methodological guidelines on preparing a financial plan for climate change adaptation, specifically on Mediterranean coastal areas. She will cover practical approaches to developing and implementing financial plans tailored to the unique challenges of our coast. And following Sarah, we will have Susan Taha and Jer Berkham. Sorry, I didn't pronounce it well. Just correct me. From the EUS project, who will discuss how private sector engagement can catalyze financing for climate adaptation. So I leave you the floor. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, Patricia, and welcome to everyone. Thank you. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
But is it on a full mode? Yes, now it's in a full mode, right?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much for offering me this opportunity and also to present a very good work that we did in the framework of the SCCF project, this methodological guidelines on how to prepare financial planning for adaptation. And I think Catherine, talking about the risks, started by giving us a lot of panic, but then she gave us a lot of optimism when she said that there are a lot of work that is being done and people are thinking on approaches on how to bring more finance to tackle all these challenges. And she mentioned the core approaches, actually, and I think our discussion today maybe will be focusing more on these core approaches because there is a lot that can be done and needs still to be done. But let me first of all maybe start by bringing us back to our region, to the Mediterranean regions, and to discuss a little bit about the risks. I think we all know how critical and how vital the coastal areas are for our both livelihoods and socioeconomic activities in the area, with more than 170 million people living in the coastal areas, with a lot of economic development activities, not only concentrated in the area, but very much based on resources, natural resources. So it's very important to preserve these resources, but these resources are indeed under a lot of pressure, both anthropogenic pressures, but the climate change, what we are talking about today, of course, driven by increase of temperature, increase of or sea level rise, a change in rainfall regime. And there is this very excellent work that has been done by MEDEC, the Mediterranean experts on climate and environmental change. And I see that our colleague, Maria Snoussi, one of the writers of this report, is with us today. And this report clearly mentions coastal areas as a major hotspot, a climate change hotspot for the Mediterranean. But of course, countries are not are aware about this, so they are taking action, and taking action also motivated by regional and international commitments. And when it comes to the regional, we have to mention this regional climate change adaptation framework for the Mediterranean and Mediterranean coastal areas that was endorsed under the Barcelona Convention, and that motivated countries to exactly that question that was raised by our colleague Ali and discussed by Catherine on how to incorporate all these adaptation action, marine and coastal, in national climate and development planning processes. And this is, I think, one of the core elements, if well done, helps a lot on bringing finance. And we'll discuss a little bit this later. But also the opportunity that countries need to take advantage of is all these national documents that they have to develop as part of their international commitments. The NDCs, the national designated, the national determinate contribution, NAPs, national adaptation plans, their national communications, but also their internal national documents like ICZM, national climate plans. And we already see that countries have listed a lot of measures because the needs are tremendous. A lot of actions, solutions for adaptation. These solutions can be soft ones related to governance, planning for risk disaster management, early warning systems, effective integrated water resources management, or of another type, more of infrastructure, again, hard or soft, like desalination plants, like nature-based solutions, protecting wetlands, protecting seagrass meadows, etc. But we find also in the documents, the national documents that are prepared in the countries, actions that are linked on how to increase financing, how to offer or to build the enabling environment to increase finance and investments and adaptation actions. But yeah, I mean, we have all these needs, all these actions that countries, they want to implement, they commit to implement in their strategic documents. But then when it comes to finance, clearly there is a huge finance gap. Again, it has been mentioned by Catherine, and she showed us a very nice graph regarding this. But if we look to the global figures and what the countries has expressed or included in their national determined contribution, it's an estimation of around $6 trillion up to 2030 as costs of the adaptation and mitigation actions that countries commit to implement. This is almost $600 billion per year. But for when it comes to adaptation, this what is in the documents, it represents only 15% of this. That doesn't mean that the adaptation needs are not important, but it's mainly also because the capacity of assessing these adaptation needs are still challenging, and we don't have available data. And we will see that this is actually at the next COP is one of the very soon the COP of the UNFCCC is one of the very key topics of discussion. How we are going to quantify our goals for adaptation. But we have already this figure that again was mentioned by Catherine, this what was produced by UNEP Adaptation Finance Gap Report that gives us a better figure about what are the needs on adaptation, and this is around 300 billion per year. Unfortunately, for the region, we don't have specific figures on how much are the needs for adaptation, but we can guess that these will be high. First, because of all the climate condition we already have, the water scarcity, but also the high vulnerability we have in our region. And we, of course, when we say the cost is high, we can already expect that there is a huge finance gap. A huge finance gap because costs are high, because limited budgets in the regions for each of the countries with competing priorities, etc. And also this, and we'll come back to it, this lack of capacity to prioritize these national investments and how to better and effectively use the international financing opportunities. And if you look to the graph to the right, you can see that this is globally again, but you can see that the gap for the coastal protection is among the highest, and it is estimated to be around 26 billion gap per year. So for all these reasons, the SCCF project estimated that developing guidelines, methodological guidelines, can be helpful for the countries in order to help them and provide them with strategic approach to how to turn their commitments into actions, and how to help them screening and targeting and successfully mobilizing available funding resources, because there are available funding resources, and we'll see that. And yeah, I mean, to assist them on how to develop comprehensive but implementable financial plans, and with the ultimate goal, of course, to build the resilience of countries and their adaptive capacity. But we talk a lot about climate finance. Let me take just a few minutes to discuss, few seconds, to discuss what is climate finance is about, because actually there is, why it's important, first of all, to define climate finance, because all these figures has to have a common ground, and it's important to have an understanding of what we are tracking, actually, what we are talking about. But there is no actually single universally agreed upon definition of climate finance. And I just borrowed the one that is stated by the UNFCCC Standing Committee on Finance, that defines climate finance as the finance that aims at reducing emissions and enhancing sinks of greenhouse gases, and aims at reducing vulnerability of and maintaining and increasing the resilience of human and ecological systems to negative climate change impact. So basically, this is all what goes as finance flows to whether reduce emissions, promote carbon sinking, or reducing the vulnerability for people, but also for ecosystems. So this is what we are talking about, climate finance. It's one part of the green finance or the sustainable finance. So this is exactly, because it's important also not to double counting. So that's why, again, I'm saying that it's important to have this definition also in our mind now when we are talking about what we are planning for. Climate finance remains also an evolving architecture. Why? Because the more we see the needs, the more, as Catherine said, we are trying to find what are the sources, what innovative solutions can come in to bridge this finance needs gap. And as you can see, it's very complex, and it goes from all. First of all, these UNFCCC financial mechanism, and we'll come back to these, because these are the first things that we think about when we talk about climate finance. But also all multilateral funds, regional funds, bilateral funds are not only dedicating or creating climate-specific funding windows, but also tracking and orienting and targeting through their traditional mechanisms, climate finance or financing climate action. But there is also wide other sources and domestic budget, of course. That's the one that we will discuss on how, because it's key, and we see that it is a big part of what needs to be mobilized for financing climate. So I won't go through all of these. I mean, there are a multitude of these sources of finance, and that's why countries need to very well feature these finance and target them and know where to tap in. And in terms of instruments, there are a lot of instruments, and variability, and with the blended mechanism, we have even more. And I think our colleague Ger will tackle this later in more details. But just I showed you the graph to see that at least there is this increase of mobilization of finance for climate action. Still, we are not yet there, and the finance gaps are very important. Okay, we know that there are needs, we know that there are gaps, and we know that we need to better plan for finance. But what does it actually, in a very, very simple words, what does this mean? It means that, first of all, the first step, and I haven't written it here because of course, that's the obvious, that we need to assess our vulnerability, identify what are the actions that need to be implemented. And this is what has been already well done by the countries, as I said, listing all these investment priorities in their national documents. But we need to prioritize. We cannot do everything at once. So the prioritization is very key, and evaluation and better evaluation of the investment needs, because we always have rough estimations. But if we can improve, at least for the prioritized actions, it will help the country really to understand what they will be looking for exactly. And then once we know this, it's not enough, because we need, because this is actually what happens usually. We have all these investment, and then we start just looking here and there and trying to see from where we can bring money. But this has to be done more and more in a very systematic way, matching what the needs with the existing financing sources. That's very important. That's a big part of the work that needs to be done. And once we know where we are going to tap in, we need to schedule and this finance mobilization, including taking into account the implementation capacity on the country. That's very important. And of course, we need, in parallel to this, to think about what are the adequate financial mechanisms and tools that need to be put in place. In particular, that again, with more innovative solutions and with more blended finance, there are new approaches and new enabling environments that needs to be put in place. I'm bringing here an inspiring example from another area. It's a continental example. This is what has been done as part of the high-level panel on Africa water investment in Africa, where I think that this is a very powerful tool, where the African countries actually estimated their needs for resilient water sector to be $30 billion per year. But the question or their effort didn't stop there. They try to see what are the possible sources of finance, and they build this pyramid, because of course it's not all sources of finance that will contribute with the same level to the needs. And I won't go in details through this pyramid, but we can see that a big and important part of the budget can come from enhancing the efficiency in the sectors, and mainly through governance efficiency. So we can do a lot of savings, and this is something we need to invest on. This is investment on governance. And then you see that the biggest part, at least from, again, this is the example from Africa, comes from the domestic resources through different approaches, through different mechanisms. But the domestic part remains important. And then we can see the other contributors, including these multilateral climate funds, because unfortunately, sometimes we think that these international funds are the most important part for us, but we have to intervene at all levels. These kind of tools is very important. This is what is about strategic, sustainable financial planning. That's a big, important piece of it. I'm sharing this just to inspire us, because this can be replicated for the Mediterranean region, for coastal areas, for sectoral for sectors also, but also at national level. And I think that's something that, again, we may think about it when discussing later on a possible recommendation. Tapping now on the different sources of finance, these core approaches and the private sector. Of course, I won't talk about this because Ger will discuss this in the next session in much more details, but just wanted to throw through a few figures to say that when it comes to adaptation, the figures, the contribution of the private sector is extremely low. It's less than 2% of what is being spent on adaptation. Again, the finance tracking is challenging, and maybe private financial flows are higher, most probably, but they are not reported. And this is another challenge also, because we need to, there is work that needs to be done on that front. I will rather focus on the domestic funds. And when we talk about the domestic funds, primarily it's about increasing the domestic budget allocation to adaptation. And we heard it already in the previous discussion. That's difficult. Yes, it is difficult. But why? Because also we are not doing maybe well on making the case. And yet we have very important or helpful frameworks, the global ones where the next round of NDCs is expected to be submitted in 2025. Let's include in these NDCs focus on coastal areas, because many also of the NDCs, when checking them, you'll see that there are a lot of it's not maybe actions that are dedicated to or mentioned as dedicated to coastal areas per se, but they are connected to the coastal areas. So that's important to work on this to be sure, to make sure, even if it's not under category of coastal areas, at least all what is needed to be done in the coastal areas is in these documents. And I mentioned earlier also the global goals and adaptation. That's important because all the 6 areas that are included in these goals are very relevant and are needed for the coastal adaptation. So hopefully at COP, there will be more work on defining the indicators for the global goal adaptation. And these GGAs will be the next this is what countries will have to report on. So again, it's a powerful opportunity to include, to make the case for our decision makers, at least from a global perspective. The national frameworks, there are tools, and we will hear more about this in the next session, these different climate risk and related cost estimation and evaluation. But what I want to focus on, because this is, I think, where we are also not doing well, is to identify and to use the entry points within the budget cycle. That's very important. And of course, it depends from country to country. But from the beginning, we need to see what are the strategic planning and fiscal frameworks in the country, because we need to incorporate what we have in the NDCs in these plans, whether development plans or financial plans. We need to also incorporate these climate targets in the macro fiscal forecasting tools. That's very important, because at the end of the day, this is what is leading the investment in the country. If we do not make this match, we just keep planning at our level, sector level, coastal planners, whatever, but it is not there, so finance flows will follow. The budget preparation phase is also very important, and usually in many of the countries, the Ministry of Finance sent the circulars to the countries, to the different sectors to define their budget needs. And we have to have in these circulars climate key performance indicators. We need to have their clear consideration of how to do appraisal and selection of investment projects depending on their climate targets, etc. So again, that's an important maillon, that's an important step in the budget cycle. And then our work has to continue when it comes to the budget execution monitoring and reporting, because very often what happens is there are shortfalls in available budgets, and what is to be cut usually is first environmental consideration, climate adaptation consideration. So this is where we need to work in order to ensure that adaptation investments are given their priority, and that for this, the tracking tool is important. That's what I was trying to insist before, because we again, that's a powerful tool when it comes to advocating and guiding the decision-making processes. And definitely we need still to do our work when it comes to the last stage, and accountability and control and audit, because it's important to see, to control if the targets that has been fixed are achieved or not. And it's important to do this not only internally, but setting, because we need to have more motivation. So it has maybe to be done through independent special bodies, or I think the role of parliaments here is very important, but also non-state accountability, non-state actors, and transparency is key. So this is when we talk about mainstreaming climate change in finance, in national processes, this is what it is about. And this is usually we as sectoral stakeholders, we don't bring with us the good and the right people, or the helpful people that can work with us on this. There is another way of increasing domestic budgets is through the creating national climate funds. And there are already in some countries environmental funds, etc. But in many countries now we are whether building on these existing funds or creating new funds that are dedicated to climate fund. These are very helpful, because this again helps a lot tackling the challenge that was mentioned earlier about alignment. National climate funds, they aim to collect, first of all, to provide a unified engagement point in the financing for climate, and collecting climate finance from the variety of sources, coordinate them, blend them together, and then distribute them according to the national priorities. So it's very helpful when it comes to blending and to use all these innovative financing mechanisms, but also it's important because there is this capacity of strengthening, or they are very helpful on strengthening the national institution and capacities. And many of these national climate funds are actually accredited to the different mechanisms, so they can be the direct access entity, for example, for GCF. And as I said, these can be whether legally independent entities or even form of budget lines, but they are embedded in the budgeting cycle on the country. I think I'm running a little bit lagging behind time, so I will just, yeah, I mean, these are the steps on how to establish national climate fund, but it's all about common sense. Actually, we need to define the objective. We need to identify it from the beginning, the fund capitalization. Again, it comes to the question on estimating our needs, but also matching them to what are the resources that are available. So from where we are going to bring the money. So we know what we are capable of implementing by when. And then of course, setting the appropriate governance structures, sound fiduciary management, and putting all what is needed for effective and efficient implementation, and not forgetting about the monitoring and reporting and verification systems. So that's just guiding steps on how to establish climate funds. The other source of finance that is we are always very much talking about is these international climate funds. And here I'm just representing those that are under the UNFCCC So these are the financial mechanisms of the UNFCCC, GEF, SCCF, Adaptation Fund, GCF. I won't go again into the details of this table, but what I wanted to share here is to say for each of the of these mechanisms, there are specific objectives, there are specific investments criteria, and there are specific financial instruments, and there are specific focus areas. So we need, again, when targeting what are the finance sources, we need to match with what are the requirements and expectation of each of the funds. That's very important, and very often this is also challenging, and it is one of the reasons why the gaps are still high in our region. And if I may conclude with this, because that brings me to some of the challenges and how we can enhance our finance for the adaptation action in our region. First of all, we need to come back to, as we mentioned, to develop these investments plan. Of course, building on and aligning with what we have in the national documents, strategies, etc., and making the case on using the different tools to advocate to the decision makers that it is important to invest in the water sector, the coastal adaptation. But yet it's not enough. We need, as we mentioned earlier, to use the entry points. And for this, we need to work together and coordinate with other experts. It's another knowledge that we need to bring in when thinking about financing and how to increase the domestic budget. But there is more. We need to fetch all possible financing sources. The traditional one, the less traditional one, the new innovative one. And we need to identify who are our partners. There are key partners to access to climate funds or to these innovative financing resources. And for all the climate funds, we usually has to go through accredited agency, etc. Again, we need to work with the relevant, the appropriate ones. And I just mentioned in my previous slide that we have this big challenge in the regions to develop the high quality project proposal that meet the standards of the climate funds. This is, again, another area where we can work on, and I think this is where also the regional cooperation can come in to support knowledge exchanges, capacity building, etc. And there is also this last point that we have to think about it from the beginning. And I said, mainly because we have more and more innovative mechanisms, blended mechanisms, we need from the beginning to think and define the appropriate financing and institutional frameworks. So we ensure that we'll have a smooth implementation of our adaptation action and an efficient use of the finance that is hardly mobilized by the countries. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to react to any questions, comments. Over.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? You can raise your hand or write in the chat. Yes, Christine Hafner.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Sarah, you really have inspired. Thank you very, very much. In the context of this MED program, which in itself I think is an excellent example of, how we can match the experiences from the different sectors and break the silos. I am very interested because we are working currently on the development of a Mediterranean forest initiative. And so again, in a very similar context, we're asking similar questions, and I'm very happy to have heard about the example of the Africa Water Investment Facility. I'm going to take that triangle with me, because I do believe that in terms of resource mobilization, there's a lot more that we can do before even looking for new funding, as we are doing now in the context of this MED program in finding these synergies. So thank you very, very much for that. Effective governance, I think, is also a key to resource mobilization. Sarah, thank you very much for that point again. And I always inquire, because as we are in the design phase at the moment for this Mediterranean Forest Initiative, which is linked to the Barcelona Convention and to regional cooperation under that convention, but is working with FAO and with UNDRR. My question really is how to address that funding gap when we look, for example, at nature-based solutions inside forest ecosystem restoration that we will be looking at. So I'm very much interested in, either from this group or further on in the discussion, to find out about any socioeconomic assessments that have been taking place, or again of any excellent examples such as the one of the Africa Water Investment Facility. Thank you very much. I do believe that the funding gap from the design phase is important to put our heads together on. And the MED program for me is an excellent example of, how can we build on the lessons learned from this program for future GEF funding, for example. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine.
Should I come in, Patricia?
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Christine, thank you very much for your nice comments, and I'm really happy that indeed this work and under the high-level panel for the African investment program is inspiring. And I think, yes, I mean, there is a big room of replicating this in the region and in the different initiatives. And I'm happy that you are asking this question to the whole group here. It's not so you are stimulating the discussion, Christine, about the nature-based solution. But if I might reflect from at least my perspective on this, that the nature-based solution are among the most difficult, indeed, solutions that we are looking for financing resources for. And you mentioned, again, the first point is to make the case, and the making the case is what are the assessment tools that we have, how we show the socioeconomic benefits of it. But then coming back to what I presented, at least from my side, is looking where are the possible sources, in addition to what we mentioned about integrating this in the budget cycle at national level. I'm looking now to the other sources. That's the delicate work, actually, because we always put there and then we are like, it will come. But that's the question, that's the biggest work. And that's why I said we need to bring also other experts with us. What are the sources of finance that can finance this? Maybe it's more in the philanthropic part for the nature-based solution. Maybe it's the climate funds, but which one of these climate funds? I mean, there are more that are oriented to this than the others. So that's where all the engineering part, if I may say, on really building this pyramid. Exactly. And this is what I said also. You can have this macro pyramid, but then you can do it sectorally, and then you can even do it solution by solution. And that's the building block. I mean, we need to start like also, it's a pyramid, but then we need to start working and building it in a pyramid way. So I hope this is helpful. Over.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. And I do believe, and that makes the point that Professor Skolos made at the beginning, you mentioned innovation and at the same time tradition. I think, there's also a very interesting bridging to be done between all the remote sensing tools we have on the one hand, and then on the other hand, not losing the traditional knowledge. Also, you mentioned, Professor Skolos, the CSR and the philanthropists. I think there we haven't even opened, like the private sector, we haven't got an overall assessment or an idea about how much money is potentially there in order to bring that into this pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Skoulos?
Thank you very much. And since Christina mentioned something from my introduction, I believe that, and I thank very much Sarah and Catherine for their excellent presentations. We need to keep in mind always that this is not only a financial approach, because it was mentioned already, the governance issue. When we are dealing with overall governance, and we have to do that because we touch upon society, economy, environment, and within environment, the different types of environment, reducing pollution, but also supporting ecosystems, including the forestry ones. We are talking about a very complex issue. The governance can never be fully integrated. And what we need is all the time to mention that whatever financially we can achieve, we need at the same time more resources. It is not that reallocation of resources. Yes, indeed, for domestic budgets, we need to do everything. And here is the big problem of what also Sarah said, the prioritization. We cannot have fully prioritization because in the governance, we run after emergencies. And at the same time, we need more funds. And more funds from where? From citizens through taxes and what? So definitely the private sector, and this is what we are going to discuss in a while, the private sector needs to contribute more, not necessarily gaining more. This is why I mentioned from the very beginning that we cannot solve the problem without understanding the existential importance to deal with the climate change. And we need to bring this into the equation. It was a little bit the issue of protecting our vision, protecting our name, all these kind of things that are more ethical than economic need to be fully integrated in our policies. And this is one of the great difficulties, because in the same way that the nature-based solutions are difficult to quantify in money terms, the same is with reputation. The same are other issues that are extremely important in solving the problem. So what I'm saying is that our workshop today and our future efforts focus on one part of that without forgetting that we have to work also in the area of mindsets, through education, through awareness, and through smart financial incentives, if you wish. This is all what I want to say, because throughout our meeting, we need to keep in mind that it's not another business. It's not that we have the time to improve things, and it's expected that there will be not full alignment and not full prioritization, particularly when we are talking about Mediterranean, a region with major differences in the national budgets and priorities of sectors in the different countries.
Thank you, Professor Skoulos. I think this is great to introduce our next speaker. We will hear from Susa Taha. Are you there? And Jer Beckham from EUWES, a project who will discuss how private sector engagement can catalyze financing for climate adaptation. They will share insights, strategies to bring private sector actors into climate adaptation process. Yes, so looking forward for your talk.
Yeah. Do I have access? Do I have control over the over the Zoom?
I think you can share your screen, but if not, let us know. We can solve that. You have
yes.
share. Yes, just try to share your screen.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So you have been introduced during the past sessions on the different needs in order to mobilize climate action. Sorry.
We can see it, Susan.
Yeah, but I have more than one line open. Okay. Yes. Shoot. Okay. I will be giving you an overall view about what we did in synergy with the SCCF project in order to focus only on the private sector role for engagement to catalyze financing for climate adaptation. The activity was done within the framework of WES, which aims at protecting the environment and improving the management of scarce water resources to address the country needs for creating enabling environment and enhancing the capacity of the stakeholders to tackle problems related both to pollution prevention and water use efficiency. Of 8 countries in North Africa and the Middle East. It is now during the last month of its implementation, which started in May 2019. Budget is 9.5 million. Team leader is Professor Skoulos, myself as a water expert, Anis Ismail as the environment expert, and our communication expert, Lisa Papadogorgaki, with stakeholders engagement expert, Dr. Imad Adli. The project is led by LDK consultants with the participation of 8 partners, other partners, including MIO, XD, and the Raed Arab Network for Environment Development, ACR Plus, Siham, Bari, GOPA, Infra, and SCP RAC, Rambol, and Royal Haskoning. We have implemented so far 100 activities, of which 37 were regional and 33 activities at the national level, including consultations, trainings, peer-to-peer exchanges, study tours, etc. The main components of the project were 5 components: pollution prevention. The first one is the environment, with the main theme being pollution prevention. The second theme is efficient use of water for component 2, which is on the water. And the horizontal themes included access to sustainable investment. Other WES components were support to demonstration projects that were funded by the EU, support to the UFM tracking and following impact, capitalization on lessons learned, participation in meeting, networking, and implementation of gender and youth action plan. So the more about the West regional activity itself, as I said, it is done within the framework of Water and Environment Support Project under the capacity which was dedicated on capacity building on PPP and green blue economy, and it was implemented in synergy with the Med program Special Climate Change Fund project, which is for enhancing regional climate change adaptation in the Mediterranean marine and coastal areas. So the context and the rationale of the activity, you have already heard all of these, but I put them a little bit in summary here. We are in need for urgency of action. As we know, the Mediterranean basin is now facing several climate threats: rising temperature, reduced rainfall, escalating green, affecting our ecosystem and livelihood. There is extensive impact on the key sectors such as tourism, agriculture, water, fisheries, etc., and which are facing issues related to low crop yields, rising forest fires, reduced water supplies. The opportunity also is very conducive to taking action, especially with the upcoming submissions for the nationally determined contributions and the adaptation plans, climate action, the national adaptation plans, which is due to be submitted by February 2025. In addition to the COP29 goal, which create a good opportunity for integrating resilient coastal planning and ecosystem-based adaptation. Another context is the need for mobilization of investment for climate change adaptation in allow the private sector to have improved access to climate finance and engaging them. Private sector role, we know that the private could have a very big role, as stated just now by Michael, which can support adaptation through climate proofing. Operation communities is the we are aware that there is a lot of barriers to the private sector engagement with the limitations in the climate
Susan, we lost you, and I think perhaps you have concluded.
Yes, I think we lost her, but can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So in the meantime, maybe she's back. We have a question from Nabil Anvari. I don't know if she can talk through the question, or if not, I can read it. She said, I would like to thank you for organizing this outstanding webinar. As far as climate finance is concerned, to what extent I feel particularly those operating in relation to projects on matter or climate adaptation may assist in making such projects bankable. She's from the Department of Fisheries from Morocco. I don't know if you're there, and can you talk through?
Ger, could we move to Ger?
Fine with me.
Okay, hello?
Hi
Yeah.
there, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. I will share my screen.
Yes. Okay, so thank you, Gerd. So okay, we continue with you and
You see my screen, I suppose?
Mhm.
Very good. Sec. Okay. Thank you for having me here and being able to talk about the
full
engagement of the private sector and private finance in climate adaptation.
Yeah, sorry, could you put the full screen so we can see the full presentation? Would you mind?
Better?
Yes, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Let's go ahead.
Very good. Just stop my video so that you can basically focus on the screen and we don't have any issues. So what we're going to talk about now is talking about climate adaptation and business. So what is actually business doing on climate adaptation in the Mediterranean? First of all, businesses in the Mediterranean are quite often still underestimating their exposure to climate risks. Though they are starting to engage in climate adaptation through mainly in their operations. And that relates to often immediate impacts that are appearing along the operations of a business. A business can engage in a way in four different ways to simplify things a bit. First of all, it can all kinds of businesses can work on climate proofing their own operations. And looking then at more larger businesses, they can even invest, of course, in upstream in their supply chain, looking at, for example, building more climate resilience, agricultural productivity of products that they need in their factories. Obviously, business can also look beyond their fence and support climate adaptation with communities and ecosystems that they're depending on, that they're in relationship with their customers, with the communities that they're part of. And last and not least, private capital can be mobilized to contribute to building climate resilience through different means. And we'll get into that in a moment. However, the major challenge remains that a lot of businesses perceive investing in climate adaptation as often as risky, with uncertain returns, with unpredictable cash flows, and also with longer payback times. So that it doesn't help in a way that brings together quite a few concerns of businesses that might be willing to invest in adaptation. Looking then at what is business responsibility? The main responsibility of business is to turn climate risk into business opportunities. So that's developing a kind of entrepreneurship that actually looks at climate change not just as a threat, but actually an opportunity, proactively adapting to changing conditions, which in fact is at the heart of entrepreneurship. And not only at immediate operations, but also throughout the value chain, supply chain, but also some of the distributions and in interfacing with the final customers. Financial institutions, private financial institutions, their primary role is actually to support those companies with commercial financing to actually help them finance some of the climate adaptation measures that they have to take. What they can do and what is happening increasingly is developing and offering financial products that are tailored to this climate adaptation activities. You could think of financing climate adaptation bonds or green loans or de-risking investments. And again, we will delve into it a little bit more later on. Also, private financial institutions, we talk about banks or insurance companies, can also use their connection and their financing to leverage public funds, to co-invest in climate resilience solutions through what we call blended finance. You mix basically private capital with other sources of capital that could come from public sources. It could also come from non-profit sources or philanthropy. But all that mobilizing that private business engagement and private finance will require new forms of collaboration to actually find new ways of both developing activities, but also pulling the different interests and capacities in developing and delivering then those adaptation programs. So different actors beyond the private sector only have also a role to play in mobilizing the private sector. Government, for example, it has a role to play in creating that enabling environment and encourages and supporting the private sector to engage. And we're talking here about the necessary legal, regulatory and institutional frameworks that actually helps to mobilize private capital and interest, but also enforces compliance on existing policies and laws and regulation. But also government can provide incentives, tax breaks, maybe offering grants or affordable loans, subsidies. So there are different means and different ways government can actually be involved in mobilizing the private sector interest in investing in climate adaptation. Civil society can actually help to mobilize private finance by calling for new initiatives that actually actively engages businesses in climate adaptations and bridges where needed actors in the private and public sector, bringing them together so that actually things can work smoothly together. Academia also have a role to play, particularly around assessing and studying climate change and solutions, and offering advice on how those solutions can be implemented, and help monitoring and studying then whether these solutions are effective. Now, what are entry points? How do we actually get private sector to really engage? First of all, the companies and green and blue entrepreneurs are already using and mobilizing new technologies, green technologies, to adapt to climate change. For example, look at water efficient irrigation as a very simple example of where innovative agriculture can contribute to climate adaptation. But we have to note that very often people that are investing and working with these new technologies do not necessarily label that as they're doing climate adaptation. From a business perspective, it's actually reducing costs. For example, reducing costs on the energy of pumping water up. Or in the tourism industry, putting in air conditioning in hotels is not necessarily climate adaptation, but is actually offering a better service to the client, which makes actually good business and helps customers to come back. So we have to understand that labeling climate things as climate adaptation is still quite challenging, because not everybody sees it immediately as climate adaptation. Companies can also invest through their environmental social governance work and their corporate social responsibility programs, leveraging opportunities to integrate climate adaptation, working with local communities, and developing activities that are not necessarily what they see in first instance as core business, but over time they start to realize it is actually part of our core business to work on climate adaptation. Working on the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus is gaining some traction, but it's often also perceived as quite risky. There's quite a few things that are moving elements in that, and businesses are not necessarily very equipped to engage on that nexus approach. Similarly, we see that using nature-based solutions, quite a few companies see this also as very risky, and we can say that using that approach is still in its infancy in the Mediterranean. Another interesting entry point, of course, is using public-private partnerships. They can be an effective means for attracting private sector engagement, for infrastructure works, for example, that could be labeled as climate adaptation. One can think of, for example, desalination plants that help to produce clean water for cities and industries. And the PPPs in general, when designed and implemented properly, can help to share risks, share the costs, but also mobilize expertise and experts and collaboration between the public and the private sector. Of course, we know that throughout the Mediterranean, quite a number of PPP projects have been carried out and are being carried out. And they do show that actually the technical feasibility and the mobilization of expertise is accelerated by using that approach. Now, that's a ways to actually get businesses to involved. Now, looking at what can be done to mobilize private finance. Well, generally, we can say that private finance mobilization for climate adaptation throughout the Mediterranean still remains really modest, to say it politely and nicely. It's actually really still in its infancy in many ways. However, significant opportunities exist for mobilizing private finance. We can definitely say that in sectors such as tourism, agriculture, water, fisheries, there are opportunities for private finance to invest in these sectors in modernization, in using new technologies to gain efficiencies, better quality, and indeed as part of climate adaptation. We also see that different types of public finance can help catalyze and mobilize private finance. As I said earlier before, we can see it grants and subsidies, but also tax breaks and other incentives that help mobilize that private finance. So there is quite a bit of interaction possible between the public side and the private side to actually scale up private financing for adaptation. A key role to play in this are small and medium enterprises and national banks. What we see is that most of the private climate adaptation finance is to be mobilized by small and medium enterprises, just because that's most of the business in the Mediterranean is small and medium enterprises. And that type of financing has to come part of regular financing of small and medium enterprises in different countries. Mobilizing that depends on whether a company has the capacity to access finance in general at local banks. If your company is not doing very well and you don't have a clear perspective where you're going with the company, it's very hard to actually get financing and even harder to get actually affordable financing. So it's very important that businesses need to be viable businesses with a vision and a way forward if financial institutions, local banks are willing to invest in them, make credit available. But investing in climate adaptation also needs that clear business motivation. Just for the sake of climate adaptation, a business will unlikely invest in that. So it should directly help them to serve a market, or access a new market with new customers, with new demand, with new products, and result in further profitability. They remain businesses. And of course, on top of that, it needs to show a clear contribution to building resiliency. As said, national banks play a key role in private investments through, for example, green financing programs, particularly focused on small and medium enterprises with some form of a commercial sustainability credit. And that sustainability part then actually helps them to get what you often call a greenium, cheaper money for the businesses. And the banks find that cheaper money by actually going, for example, to financial institutions at the European level, where they have access to green finance that also has a greenium for them, so they can offer financing at a lower cost. And so national banks can also match some of that financing with local government guarantees or national government guarantees, or particular incentives that can be set up for very particular purposes. For example, lower tax rate on anything that has to do with creating water efficiency. A government could set up these rules that helps then to lower costs for implementing these projects. To mobilize, again, that private finance, blended finance can play actually a key role. Blended finance is a way of combining public, private, often also philanthropy type of financing, both national and international, in creative ways, so that on the one hand, public interests are served, but on the other hand, the business can use this money, these monies and these investments to create a profit, to create a business. Philanthropy can help in that sense, often with kickstarting new initiatives, particularly those that business themselves at this point in time in an early stage often see as too risky. For example, using nature-based solutions to do coastal protection of tourist areas in the larger investments or hotel resorts. Philanthropy can also focus on capacity building to equip farmers and fishers with new technologies and knowledge and know-hows and tools, so that become better fishers, better farmers, but also able to adapt to climate change. So blended finance can actually be instrumental in mobilizing some of the private finance, particularly in this early stage of climate adaptation finance done by the private sector, mixing it with the philanthropy, as I said. So blended finance, that's a whole discussion in itself, but de facto it can make projects more attractive because some of the risks, for example, of default of the payment on a project, on a debt, is taken up by the public or philanthropic financing. So private sector financing is less exposed to a possible early stage lack of cash to actually pay the investments that are paid for, the investments that are made. Another dimension that can be used is venture capital. Oops. Are you still there?
Yes, yes, we're here.
Just a second. Something happened on my screen.
We are not seeing the full screen though.
No, this is what I'm trying to fix. I know something happened suddenly, but
bottom right. I think you have the full screen there.
Yeah, but the other thing is in the way. There we are. There you are. You should be good now.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that. So innovative financing and venture capital. So venture capital is really often to facilitate financing of new ventures. Often quite risky, but providing seed funding, early stage funding, or maybe even accelerator funding or scaling up funding. Often very oriented towards cutting edge new technologies that actually help to adapt. Could be, as I said already, for example, in the irrigation sector, could be on the efficiency sector, on the water leakage detection and reduction side. So that venture capital is very interesting for that, pushing the bleeding edge. It's a particular type of funding for a particular function. It's often at this stage not so oriented towards climate adaptation per se. We can also think of innovative financing by using, for example, debt for nature and climate swaps. That's a way of restructuring current government debt, and with that restructuring done with the lenders, you can actually mobilize significant amount. We're talking about tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of financing for climate adaptation. And obviously, we can also look at more market-driven approaches. For example, seeing whether we can create local water markets and water trading. For example, like done in Australia, for example. Or payment for ecosystem or watershed services. Watershed funds that are set up and financed, including by the private sector, to actually invest upstream to reduce erosion, protect wells, and actually create the resilience against extreme weather events. We can also think of catch shares, where fishermen are joining the effort in conservation by actually getting a share of the total stock that is there, and hence they're interested to increase the stock because that increases the value of their shares. So there are different ways. It's a bit short time here to delve deep into it, but that's different ways of actually getting there. And of course, there's and was mentioned before already, there's a whole range of international financial support for SMEs, for private sector, for climate adaptation. And it is sometimes a bit of a puzzle, particularly for small and medium enterprises, to find their way on where would we actually be able to access that type of financing. We have worked on also one of the issues that needs to be taken into account is the whole issue of risk transfer. Simply said, a range of instruments that businesses can use to reduce their financial losses due to climate-related events that might get more frequent, whether it's floods or droughts. And an insurance, of course, is one such an instrument, but there are also things that governments can actually engage on, like catastrophe bonds or regional risk pooling mechanisms, like done in the Caribbean, for example. So there's different ways to actually start working with that risk transfer to mobilize financing in that way that hasn't been done much within the Mediterranean, particularly in the southern eastern Mediterranean. That whole risk transfer insurance is still quite underdeveloped. So that's an opportunity to do more. Now we have basically then come out with a number of recommendations. We will elaborate more on those in the afternoon session. They're categorized in three main groups. First, it's actually advancing climate adaptation action. And we're talking here about very particular programs of work that needs to be done. For example, on wastewater treatment and reuse, on accelerating desalination, reducing water loss, setting up initiatives in that sense, but also focusing on climate smart aquaculture and agriculture, climate resilient tourism initiatives, and ports, focusing on manufacturing, but also looking at further climate information services, public and private, that actually help actors to better understand their exposure to climate risks and how to deal with them. The second group focuses on the enabling environment and the capacities that are needed. First and foremost, it's important when we look at integrated coastal zone management and climate adaptation that is integrated into that we need to be more clear about why, what, how the private sector is actually being invited and can contribute to climate adaptation in that integrated coastal zone management and climate adaptation. We also need to create more clarity on the regulatory framework that actually creates those, that helps to create those climate smart practices. So what are the regulations and building codes, for example, that can actually help to accelerate adaptation? What we also need is more standardized business models that are attractive for international investors to pick up and invest in. And often what we see, particularly with a lot of small and medium enterprises, that business model approach is still quite rudimentary, and hence is hard to attract international investors. We need to support and help develop further dialogue. We could also look at innovation programs, for example, for agriculture, training programs for the tourism industry, and in general, capacity building initiatives that actually help people and entrepreneurs to understand what it means to be to invest in climate adaptation. Finally, the third group is attracting then that private finance. So a key here, coming back to the important role of small and medium enterprises, is actually to create green financing programs at the national level, where businesses have access with their own bank to cheaper credit to invest in their businesses then adapt to climate change. It's also important then to look at larger corporations and at their ESG and CSR programs, and see how climate adaptation can be more directly integrated in that. And obviously, what I was just mentioning, the market-based mechanisms, they need a closer look of how we can actually develop these and set these up at local and possibly national scale. At national scale, very much to look at the possibilities for debt for nature climate swaps, or the issuance of green bonds, both by corporates and by national government. And finally, another set of recommendations that help to attract private finance is more focusing on that innovation side. For example, establishing a grand challenge to really mobilize the AI, artificial intelligence, for climate adaptation throughout the Mediterranean. And of course, with that, we can see that we could mobilize venture capital that really helps those small new businesses to accelerate and be able to scale up more quickly than that they can do now. What we see, there's a need for what you could call a finance lab, where the different stakeholders can come together to learn from each other, that can help educate people and provide access to funding sources and financing sources, private financing sources, blended finance, that otherwise people wouldn't easily find their way to find. It can also help to learn about what works, what doesn't work, and what can be focused on and can be accelerated. Last but not least, there's a room for further development of the risk transfer mechanisms, insurance throughout the region, and obviously what we need to put in place if we want to implement these recommendations is some form of a monitoring evaluation of where are we going with such a group of recommendations that can really help mobilize private actors and private finance for building climate adaptation throughout the Mediterranean, with a particular emphasis on the coastal areas. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Jer.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you for insightful presentation on private sector engagement in financing climate adaptation. Before we go to the coffee break, we are a bit on delay. So we have one question that also can be answered written, but I will read it through, okay? It's from Stefan Laco. Said, from a recent unpublished survey, we noticed that shifting to solar power irrigation for agricultural production yield tons of CO2 saved. From a climate business perspective, which approaches could be leveraged as an entry points for business to go into that market and drive the interest of finance ecosystems?
I'm trying to understand the question. So I think there's the entry points are often in this case you mentioned then of course the solar driven irrigation. Obviously the driver there is reducing costs, or particularly on the energy bill side, so to say. So that's could be one driver for a business to invest in that. In another case, it could be there is a shortage of water availability. So investing in more efficient agriculture irrigation techniques ensures the business can continue to operate even although it has access to far less water than it used to have. So in that sense, it helps to overcome the water shortage risk. Just two examples of where a business could see an immediate return from investing in climate adaptation relates to its own operations and production.
Thank you very much. I see Susan's raised the hand. Let's leave it the last question before the coffee break, and then we will continue the discussion later. Susan?
I just want to illustrate the question that was made on the platform. The idea is leading to which model, which business model would suit which project. Do we have any idea of what are the typical models that should be used for mobilizing financing for climate action, for example, in the irrigation, in the water sector, etc.? Is there something that we can collectively identify to help guide us in the decision on which tool or model should we follow?
What I see is that obviously for businesses to mobilize that sort of financing, you can see that the scale of the business matters. So it's often very difficult for a small farmer with 3 hectares to get significant financing from a local bank to invest in its efficiency, for example. And so often what happens there, that's financed from retained earnings. So basically the business has saved up a bit of money and then invests it in its own business to scale up, or even friends and family help to put their own money on the table to actually make the investments. But so that's one business modality and one way of doing it. Another one for larger businesses, and often then you're talking about at least 20 to 30 hectares of land where businesses can actually go and find credit at a local bank that helps them to invest in those technology upgrades, if you can call them like that. So these are just two examples of modalities that are quite different, and both could function. Not one is not wrong and the other is good. Both could work to mobilize financing for those type of climate adaptation, climate resilience investments.
Thank you very much. So that's okay for you. We will give 10 minutes of virtual coffee break, so we can be back at 20 past 11. And we will continue with the session 2A on methods for integrating climate risk into investment planning. Yes, so thank you very much. Have a nice coffee break.
What time are we starting again?
So in 10 minutes, sorry, yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I say in 10 minutes, yes, that's right.
10 minutes, perfect,
saying
thanks.
set time, but of course everybody's in different time zones. So yeah, in 10 minutes we come back. Thank you.
But Catherine, it's in the middle of the night for you.
It is actually. We started at 3:30 in the morning.
Good for you. Take a coffee, I was
Thanks
about.
for being here. Yeah, okay. See you in a
Rule
minute.
number 5.
Okay, fantastic. So we will continue the session, and our speaker now, Catherine, again, thank you for being here. She will guide us through key analytical tools, cost-benefit analysis, cost-effectiveness analysis, and multi-criteria analysis, which are essential for evaluating and planning investments under climate risk. So yes, so the floor is yours. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Patricia. So welcome to session 2. This session will be a little bit more technical, and the idea is not to give you a full extended training on how to use those different methods for integrated climate risk into investment planning, but it's to give you an overview of what is most commonly used in the field and what is available for you. So we first will see 3 different methods: the cost-benefit analysis, the cost-effectiveness analysis, and the multi-criteria analysis. And after that, we will review rapidly different financing options. I will only briefly talk about it because Geir had a more extended overview on this. So let's jump in and let's look into the cost-benefit analysis. So what is it? Well, the CBA, the cost-benefit analysis, is basically a decision-making tool that will help governments and organizations and stakeholders design better policies and implement more effectively equitable projects for long-term sustainable results. And why is it important? Well, because CBD really provides a systematic approach for quantifying not only the strengths, the benefits, but also the weaknesses, the cost, from the perspective of a society as a whole, right? So it will help decision makers really determine whether to invest in a specific course of action, and it will guide them towards choosing different investments that will provide the highest return for society. So when can we use this analysis? Well, we can use it before the project implementation to decide whether a proposed investment is beneficial or not. We can use it during implementation to make sure that we have to see if we have to adjust the project design in response to new challenges or even opportunities. And we can also do it after the project completion to evaluate whether the project was beneficial to society, and of course to learn lessons for future intervention. So the CBA approach is not specific to climate change, right? We can use it in different domains, but in the context of climate change adaptation, CBA will really offer a straightforward tool that will quantify the impact of various climate change projection in project analysis. And we're going to have factors like rainfall scenarios, sea level rise, and temperature increases, and even the frequency of extreme weather events that can all be incorporated into the analysis to test whether or not the proposed investment can really withstand the test of time in a changing climate. So as you can see here, there are different steps. We have 7 different steps for this CBA. So the first one, of course, the first step in this methodology is, like very often, is to determine the objective of the CBA. So the goal here is really to set objective framework to guide the analysis. And the key focus is really to look at how climate change will be addressed and what outcomes are expected. So why is it important? Well, because this step really going to shape the rest of the analysis. So it's going to set clear goals and desired impact. And this will really ensure that everyone involved, all the stakeholders, really understand the purpose and the scope of the analysis. Couple of examples. We could look at, are we aiming to protect a coastal community from sea level rise? Or another objective could be, do we want to enhance the resilience of agricultural land against drought? And by really clearly defining our objectives, we can tailor the rest of the analysis to focus on the most relevant cost and benefit for the specific project we're looking at. The second step will be to identify the costs and benefits that are associated with each option we will consider. So in this section, in this second step, we're going to list all the expected costs, benefits, and also potential impact of each of the options. So we should consider both sides, and we need to also include a baseline scenario. So what will it be if we do not do any projects, the without project scenario, to make sure that we can measure all the benefits of taking action? And the key focus here is on identifying the direct and indirect impact, both intended but also unintended. So why is it important? Well, because it provides a full picture of what's at stake. And by thoroughly identifying all costs and benefits, we can really avoid overlooking critical factors that could influence the project's success and make sure that we have the best project outcome possible. So a couple of examples here of, we could look at construction expenses, maintenance costs, potential environmental impacts. An example of benefit could be reduce flood damage, improve public health, and increase tourism revenue. The third step here will be to measure and valuing cost benefits. This is really needed to we will do that by using market and non-market valuation techniques to assign value to each cost benefits. So, for example, you can assign a monetary value to the benefits of wetland restoration in terms of flood protection of biodiversity enhancement. So we do already have a number of valuations that are available. Of course, you have to adapt it and tweak it, refining to your specific project, but we already have guidelines to be able to assess at least market valuation techniques. It's a little bit more complicated when you have non-market items, let's say like ecosystem services. And that's where you need a more specialized expertise to get really a good result and a good valuation. So the key here is to decide which values will be critical for decision-making and which can be simplified. So it's important because quantifying the impact of each the option possible will allow us to compare them objectively. So it really helps in understanding the magnitude of the costs and benefits, even for intangible factors. The next step is the step that will aggregate all the costs and benefits over time. So in this step, what we do, if we discount future costs and benefits to calculate their present value. And why do we do that? Well, because time, of course, will affect the value of the project and your assets. People, and unfortunately, people usually prioritize immediate benefits over future ones. And it's very important because aggregating costs and benefit using discounting will allow us to compare costs and benefits that occur at different time on a like-for-like basis. So it accounts for inflation, opportunity cost, and preference for immediate benefits. So for example, we can be comparing the immediate cost of building a seawall today with the long-term benefit of reducing flooding over the next 30 years. Step number 5 is conduct a sensitivity analysis. So the sensitivity analysis will determine how changes in key assumption or variable will affect the outcomes of the project. So the focus here is really on testing how sensitive the results are to change in factors like discount rate, cost estimates, or even climate projection. And of course, it is important because it will help us assess the robustness of our conclusion. So by looking at how variation in the assumption impact the results, we will be able to identify which variable are the most critical. And that will ensure that our decisions remain sound under different scenarios. So for example, we can look at how will higher than expected sea level rise affect the cost effectiveness of our coastal protection measures. This is what we will look at in this step of the CBA. Then in step 6, we will look at equity and distributional implication. Of course, we must consider equity and distributional implication of the project. And here in this step, we're going to make sure that the value of the project is distributed equitably across society. And we will avoid inequality where you can have some groups benefiting while others can bear disproportionate cost. So the focus here is really on preventing inequalities in how the cost and the benefit impact different groups, particularly vulnerable populations. So why it matters, that's, I'm sure everybody will understand that social equity is crucial for the sustainability and the acceptance of the project. And climate adaptation projects should not exacerbate existing inequalities or create new ones, of course. So for example, we have to ensure at this step that low-income communities are not disproportionately affected by, let's say, the relocation due to a new infrastructure. So all those social and equity parameters will be looked at in step 6 of the CBA. In step 7, we will finalize the analysis. We will finalize the CBA. So this is where we will consolidate all the findings and present clear conclusion to decision makers, where we can highlight whether overall benefits will outweigh the cost, and also to recommend adaptation strategies that are the most efficient. So why it is important? Of course, the ultimate goal is to inform decision making. That's why we need to come up to a final recommendation that will help decision makers move in the right direction. And I think that a well-prepared CBA can really provide a transparent and evidence-based foundation for choosing the best course of action. So just an example here of how the CBA has been applied to the Delta project in the Netherlands. So the Netherlands really is a prime example on how to adapt effectively to climate change and sea level rise. As you may know, it's the country where a significant portion of the land is below sea level. So this makes it very vulnerable to flooding, and the impact of climate change, such as sea level rise and increased frequency of extreme weather events make it even more vulnerable. So the Delta program was actually initiated to protect the country against flooding and to ensure a sufficient supply of fresh water in the face of these challenges, sea level rise and extreme weather events. And it represents really a comprehensive approach to water management and climate adaptation. And in developing that program, the Delta program, the Dutch government did employ a CBA, a cost-benefit analysis, to evaluate the different flood protection measures. So they carefully consider the cost of construction and maintenance for various options against the benefits of avoid flood damages and enhance water security. And by quantifying these factors, they were able to compare the economic efficiency of different strategies, like building new flood barriers or reinforcing existing dikes or creating new natural floodplains. And the outcomes were remarkable, because by integrating climate risk into the CBA, the Netherlands identified cost-effective and sustainable strategies. So they found that reinforcing existing dikes and creating floodplains area were actually more economically viable than some more costly engineering solutions. The CBA they did also helped them prioritize their investment in the region with the highest risk of flooding, making sure that the limited resources that they had were allocated where they would have the greatest impact. So this example really illustrates how incorporating climate risk into cost-benefit analysis can really lead to smarter, more efficient investment decision, and that's it. Yeah, smarter and more efficient investment decision. And I think that by applying CBA, we can really identify strategies that are both economically viable and resilient to climate change to benefit the population. Because this approach, although a little bit lengthy, really allows us to maximize the benefits of our investment while also safeguarding our community against the uncertainties of climate change. All right, that's it for the CBA. Let's move on to the second method for integrating climate risk into investment planning. And the second method is the cost effectiveness analysis, the CEA. So the CEA is a method used to compare the relative cost and outcome of different courses of action. So unlike the CBA, which monetizes both costs and benefits, CEA will focus only on the costs that are relative to a specific and measurable outcome. So this makes the CEA very useful when the primary goal is to achieve one specific objective efficiently. For example, the objective could be environmental compliance that is required by law. Once you have one single objective, you can apply the CEA. So you have different advantages and different disadvantages, like always in every single method. Here, the CEA is a little bit cheaper and faster to apply than the CBA because we don't need to determine all the external costs and the benefits. So we focus on one thing, on one project. It will generate very clear results that can be tested, which is important. And then it allows to appraise a project faster because you don't have those complex analyses that you have in the CBA. Unfortunately, you also have disadvantages. For example, you have no time component, you have no discounting. So, it's a snapshot in time. It will use marginal cost as an estimate of the cost effectiveness of an investment. And finally, it does not account for a broader societal benefits or intangible factors like the CBA does. So it's interesting to know the advantages and the disadvantages of the three methods, because then you can select the one that is the most adequate for you. Or what I usually like to recommend is to have a complementarity of the different approach, because they will give you different nuances, and then you can look at the different results and find the best results. This is the basic formula. So to calculate the cost effectiveness ratio, we look at the cost of the intervention and the effectiveness of the intervention. So I know this is becoming a little bit technical, so I'm going to give you an example to illustrate. So let's say that here we're going to apply the CEA for coastal flood protection. So the objective, the goal of this project will be to reduce flood risk for a coastal community. The next step is to identify the different options that we have to reach that specific objective. Remember, a CEA is one objective. So we can build a seawall to protect against storm surge. We can restore wetland to absorb flood waters, or we can implementing zoning regulations to prevent the construction of high-risk areas. So we also then know the cost of those different options. We know that a seawall will cost, let's say, 20 million to build. And there is an annual cost of 1 million. We know that to restore the wetland, it will cost 5 million, but has an annual maintenance of 0.2 million. And finally, the floodplain zoning has an initial cost of 1 million and very minimal ongoing cost. Then the next step is to look at the effectiveness of each of those solutions. We know that the seawall will reduce flood risk by 80%. We know that the wetland restoration will reduce the flood risk by 50%. And we know that the floodplain zoning will reduce the flood risk by 30%. Then with this relatively easy formula, we can divide the cost of the intervention by the effectiveness of the intervention to find our cost effectiveness ratio. So the seawall at 20 million with an 80% effectiveness will represent $250,000 per percentage point of flood risk reduction. The wetland restoration project will be $100,000 per percentage point of flood risk reduction, and the floodplain zoning, it's only $33,000 per flood risk reduction. So here, of course, if you just look at the ratio, you can have a very good recommendation based on this analysis. You know that the floodplain zoning is the most cost-effective option, followed by wetland, and the seawall construction is the most expensive one per unit of flood risk reduction, although it's very effective. So I want you to remember this order. So here, using this specific analysis, the recommended method will be to use the floodplain zoning. And why I'm telling you this, because if you use a different type of analysis, you might get different results. Why? Here, let's jump into the third type that we can, the third way we can analyze and look at different climate risk for our investments, which is the multi-criteria analysis, MCA. So the MCA is really a decision-making framework that allows to evaluate and compare multiple options based on a variety of criteria. And unlike the cost-benefit analysis, which primarily focus on economic factors, the MCA will also incorporate a broader range of consideration, including social, environmental, and technical aspects. So this makes it especially valuable in complex scenarios where decisions impact multiple facets of society in the environment. And it is important because it provides really a structured approach to assess projects comprehensively, and it'll ensure that all relevant factors are considered and balanced appropriately. As always, we have advantages and disadvantages of the method. One of the big advantages is that it allows to consider multiple criteria simultaneously. And it will provide a more holistic and comprehensive assessment of each option. It's also more flexible, and it can be really tailored to include any number of criteria, as many as you need to, making it really adaptable to different project types and contexts. It also allows for a great stakeholder or greater stakeholder engagement, because it really facilitates the inclusion of diverse perspectives by incorporating criteria that matters to different stakeholders. And this will really enhance the legitimacy and acceptance of the decisions that we take to protect our shorelines. And finally, it will allow for transparent decision-making process. Because of the structure nature of the MCA, it makes the decision-making process really transparent, and it allows stakeholders to see how different factors will influence the final choice of options to protect coastal areas. Of course, you have also some disadvantages. It can become a little bit more complex, especially when you deal with a large number of criteria and options, which may require significant time and resource to implement effectively, resources that we might not have. Also, because we need to weight the different criteria and we need to score each of those criteria, it can introduce some type of subjectivity that could potentially bias the results if it's not managed carefully. Thirdly, running a comprehensive MCA will require detailed data for each criterion. And those data might not be readily available, especially if we are looking at resource-constrained settings. And finally, MCA could lead to interpretation challenges because the result of MCA can sometimes be difficult to interpret, particularly when you have different criteria that can lead to conflicting conclusion about the best option. You have 8 different steps in the MCA. Of course, we will establish the decision problem and the objective. We will identify the different options that we have. We will weight the criteria, develop options, aggregate the scores, and rank the options, examine the results, and also conduct a sensitivity analysis. So I'm going a bit fast here because I want to walk you through an example here because I think it will be easier to understand. Let's take an example of MCA for the same coastal resilience project. Here, the objective is again to enhance the coastal resilience to reduce flood risk. The options that have been identified are the same for the CEA, seawall, mangrove should be wetland restoration of floodplain zoning. Here we have 5 criteria. Remember, it's not only the cost and efficiency. Here we can add as many criteria as we want to. So here, this project has selected 5 different criteria: the cost, the environmental impact, the social acceptance, the feasibility of the project, and also the effectiveness in reducing floodplain. Then the next step that is a little bit more difficult or technical, but it becomes easier the more you do it. You're going to give a specific weight to each of those criteria. Here in our example, we have 20% for the cost, 25% for the impact, 15% for the social acceptance, 20% for the feasibility, and another 20% for the effectiveness. So this is what we have when we put all that together. We have the seawall construction, the wetland, and the floodplain zoning. The cost of this is 6, 8, and 9 in millions. The environmental impact is 3, 9, and 7. Social acceptance, 5, 8, and 7, and like this. So we have a number, a score for each of the criteria and each of the options. And those scores will be weighted in function of the weight that we have decided upon on the previous step. And this gives us a final score. And as you can see here, the wetland restoration or mangrove restoration has the highest weighted score. And this showed that is the most balanced and effective option when we consider all those criteria. And remember, when we did the CEA, we found out that the floodplain was the cheapest and most effective option, but it might not have been accepted as well, and it might not be as feasible as the wetland restoration. So here it's interesting to see that different analysis method can give you different results. Before jumping to the different finance options, I would like to open the floor to the audience if there is any question about those methods.
Thank you, Catherine. If there are not questions, I think we will. You still have the last part, right? You can continue because
Sure. Yeah.
we are a bit with little time, so we can leave the questions for the end. Thank you.
Perfect. So we'll quickly review the financing options because we talked about it already twice today. But you basically have 4 main types of financing options. You have equity financing, debt financing, grants, and biofin. So equity financing involves raising capital through the sale of shares in an organization. Of course, it has a lot of advantages because you can attract private investment and you can attract long-term capitals. Unfortunately, doing so will dilute your ownership in the organization, the startup, the business, and you also have very high expectations from the investors. So here, examples would be green investment funds and venture capital, like Geert mentioned. The next type of financing for a climate project would be debt financing. We also talked about this earlier today, but debt financing basically involves borrowing funds that must be repaid with interest. Of course, it allows you to access large capital, and very often you have tax benefits. Unfortunately, with this type of financing, not unfortunately, but with this type of financing, you have to repay the financing, and it will be also depending on your credit score. We also talked about that earlier today. So good example of debt financing would be green bonds, and it's also possible through all the development banks that we see and that we know. The third type of financing is grants. I'm sure everybody is familiar with grants. There are no non-repayable funds that are provided by government, non-profits, philanthropists, or international organization. There is no repayment required, and you can support high-risk project, which is very interesting to have that de-risking phase that many blue tech have before you can invest, before you can attract equity financing. Of course, you have a limited availability of grants, and it often has a short-term focus. Example of venue for this type of financing options are government programs and international funds. And finally here, I want to talk about biofin as a tool for blue finance. So biofin is an acronym for Biodiversity Finance Initiative, which is a tool that helps countries develop comprehensive finance plans to support biodiversity and climate resilience. So it can be a little bit complicated, but this is why we have experts that can support you through Plan Bleu and through the different organizations that can support your organization to have access to biofin. And you also need to have a reasonable amount of data to have access to this type of financing. A great opportunity is that it's a comprehensive planning, and it can be integrated with national plans. So potential venues for this type of financing is, of course, national governments, but also international support. So this concludes the different methods for integrated climate risk into investment planning. And I wanted to highlight here that it really requires a multifaceted approach that will combine economic, environmental, social, and technical considerations. But by leveraging different types of analytical methods and financing options, decision makers can really develop resilient, cost-effective, and sustainable investment strategies that will address their specific climate risk at their locations. And by combining this approach, you can have a comprehensive framework for planning and implementing climate adaptation and mitigation projects that will ensure long-term economic, environmental, and social benefits. That's all I have for this session.
Thank you, Catherine, for guiding us through those essential methodologies and financing options. We have now, I would like to leave the floor to Ivan Sekowski from PAPRAC, who managed the Kotor Bay Coastal Management Plan as part of the Med Program Child Project 2.1. So, and afterwards, we will hand over to Cristina Ojeda from Metro Económica for the cost-benefit analysis presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Patricia. Hello to everyone, dear colleagues. I would like first to thank you for inviting us to this webinar. Thanks to Plan Bleu with organizing it together with GWP. Just before Christina's presentation, I wanted to give a brief context about the CBA, why it was done, and within which framework. Basically, PAPRAC together with Plan Bleu coordinated within Med program two coastal management plans, preparation of two coastal management plans. One was in Boka Kotorska Bay in Montenegro, and the other one was in Tanger Tetuan El Hoceima region in Morocco, which was coordinated with the help of our colleague Ante Ivcevic, who is also with us. Just to say that both of these plans were a result of a long and intensive co-creation process, because we had several workshops which were organized by Plan Bleu with various number of stakeholders. So in total, we had dozens of stakeholders working together, but also we engaged the expert team, which was consisted of local and national experts from spatial planners, from universities, from various institutes. So as I said, it's a co-creation process between expert knowledge and the stakeholders who participated and gave their insights from the ground. At certain point, we reached recommendations for certain measures. And based on different discussion on these measures, but also based on some concrete issues like budget we had at the time we selected certain adaptation options to undergo the cost-benefit analysis. We had a public tender and we engaged the Metro Económica, and I think they did a wonderful job. But instead of talking about the background, now maybe it's time to give the floor to Cristina from Metro Económica to present the details, so to say, the process of preparing, undergoing the cost-benefit analysis for both of the sites that I mentioned. So thank you very much. If you have any questions later for me, I'm here. So please, Patricia, if you allow me, I will pass the floor to Christine.
Of course. Thank you very much for the introduction. And Cristina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, bonjour, or bonsoir à tous. I don't know if Anil is here, but if not, I can start. I can share. Okay.
Hello, I just want to say I am also here, Christina. So
hello,
if you need me, I can join you.
Okay. Can you? Do you want to start or?
No, I think it's fine. I'll just say a few words to start, maybe, that these are two studies that we undertook to look at actions which could be taken in relation to coastal zones in order to, in the context of climate change, and to see what are the costs and benefits. So what Catherine Jadot just presented, we can actually try and implement these methods to try and identify the costs and benefits, and see what numbers we come up with and what we can say about the actions and the risks and the uncertainties. So Christina, I give you the floor to start, and then I can maybe intervene from time to time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Intervene when you want. Okay. So First of all, I wanted to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the conclusions of our work. And I had prepared some slides about the cost-benefit analysis, but Catherine has perfectly explained it, the methodology. So I don't know if pass and go directly to the case studies. So only to say that the cost-benefit analysis is so important because, as Catherine has said, it allows to give decision makers the support to decide which type of measures to implement, to compare, and to decide which is the better in terms of economic terms and above all in terms of feasibility. So here we have the different output, but it is already explained. So if you allow me, I go directly to the case studies. I think this is the most important part. Okay, the first case study, as Ivan has said, it is related to Montenegro in Boka Kotorska Bay. Okay, the first step was to identify the main problems related to the climate change. The big one was the sea level rise, because we want to analyze the Mediterranean area, most the coastal area. But there were another problems because, for example, land erosion, flooding, and salinization. For this, we have proposed two different measures. The first one is the reforestation, and the second one, coastal defense, of the implementation or developing of a coastal defense infrastructure. For the first measure, the objective was first to enhance the carbon sequestration and reduce the soil erosion. And the second one, and most related to the problem linked to the sea level rise, it is the improved water regulation and protect from flooding. The first step after describing the problem and which objectives we wanted to address was to work with cartography. This is the cartography of the area and relating to the vegetation coverage. And given that we have proposed some modifications on the coverage. So the action of our proposal is to plant 9,500 hectares of mixed forest and 1,500 hectares of broadleaf forest. This will replace low productive or abandoned agricultural land, some grassland, and some traditional woodland areas. What we're going to achieve with this, we're going to increase the carbon sequestration in 16% by 2073. So this will allow to absorb a big quantity of carbon emissions. For this and to carry out the CBA methodology, we calculate the cost component. For this, we needed to consider different type of cost, the planting cost, including material and capital, and labor also, maintenance cost, the opportunity cost, mainly linked to the value, the economic value that we suppose it is going to be loss if we substitute agricultural land. Also, we needed to calculate the irrigation cost. This is so important, and we have added at the last step finally in the project, because there's a big problem with water. So we needed to include it in our assessment. And finally, there is also a monitoring and verification cost. Okay, this is by side of the cost. And then we needed to also consider the benefit side. This is a bit more complex because here we work with more abstract components. You can see the carbon storage, water regulation, habitat conservation, and flood mitigation. So, given that, how we monetize the benefits? For this, we have focused mainly in the carbon storage and the habitat conservation. From the carbon storage, we have considered two ways of monetize the benefit. First, considering the market price of carbon, for which we have considered two scenarios for different growing rate of the carbon price. And another scenario is the social carbon cost, for which we have also considered a pessimistic and optimistic scenario. So finally, we have 4 scenarios to integrate the carbon storage benefits. And the other components related to the habitat conservation, for this, we needed to calculate which is the value of the services that the ecosystems offer. In this sense, we are going to lose several services, mainly related to grassland, woodland, and agriculture land, because we propose to replace this type of ecosystem, but we are going to gain some benefits from the temperature forest that we propose to increase.
Temperate forests.
And this is expressed in US dollars by hectares. So we put together both components, and we obtain the benefit cost ratios. And for the 2 carbon storage scenarios, the social carbon cost and the use market price, we see that we obtain positive ratios and much more greater than 1. So this is okay. This measure is positive because we have good result, so it's feasible. We have now an argument to say that we can expand the temperature forest, and we are going to reduce the flooding risks because this is going to have to absorb water, and we have to absorb carbon. So we have proof that this is a good measure for this area. And then what happened with the second measure? This is a coastal defense infrastructure. What we wanted to address, we want to protect the high risk areas from the sea level rise flooding. And for this, we propose to construct dikes in 2 areas, a residential area and a non-residential area. For this, again, we start with a model. In this case, we have, in this model, we have 4 scenarios of different sea level rise from 0 meters to 1.96 meters by 2100. And with these different scenarios, we see that the number of hectares that will be underwater is so different, as like you can see in this example. The worst case, suppose more than 185 hectares and risk of submersion. Okay, when we have the model, and we know the areas that are more risky, we present our proposal, and this is related to the construction of a dike. Why a dike? Because coming from different projects, it has proved that it is an effective solution to reduce erosion and flooding. We can't propose a specific dike. We are going to talk about a general dike, because to determine the typology of dike, the height, we need more information about the area. So the cost and benefit that we have calculated are more general, but the important here is the result, because it's true that if we change the typology of dikes, there are a lot of so different types. Costs and benefits are going to be different, but the benefit cost ratio finally would be similar. So we work here with general values. For this, we selected 2 areas. The first one on the left is the residential area of Moritz. Sorry, I don't know if I pronounce well the name. And here we propose a dike to protect an urbanized area. This dike is more or less about 480 meters long. And for the second area, it is non-residential in Tibasca Solila. We suggest a dike to protect the beach and a natural zone. It is about 1,400 meters long. Okay, once we propose more or less the dimensions of the dike, we calculate or we apply the cost. For this, we have used a literature review, because, as I have said, we use general values, and we the cost of the construction per meter height and per meter length, and the operation and maintenance cost. And after that, we have calculated the benefit component. In this case, it is related to the reduction of the economic damage. And for this, it is so relevant to know the cadastral value, because we are going to compare the scenario with dike and without dike. I mean, the areas that with the construction of a dike, they are not be underwater. And these areas have different values given, for example, if they are residential areas with infrastructure, if they are forests. So we have considered the cadastral value to calculate the benefits. Here you have 2 tables showing, because we have calculated different scenarios for different discount rates, different construction costs, and assuming different starting date for the construction. And all these figures indicate at high value from protection using the dikes. And for example, the benefit cost ratio is higher even if the construction is delayed by 10 years. Only as a small comment. So this second measure has proved to be also good and feasible for this area. Annie, do you want to follow or?
Well, I can just say that for all this work, we had to collect data from many sources, and of course, some of them are more reliable than others. But for example, for the damages, we had to get information about the value of the land and possible changes in that value over time for the different kinds of uses, and how much of the land would be urbanized. We had to make some assumptions over time because we are looking at the benefits and costs over quite a long period, from 2024 up to 2070. So there is quite a lot of information we had to collect to do this. And in the case of Morocco, where we could not achieve the same degree of data collection, and therefore we could not, also to select the sites, we had to have some interaction with the local stakeholders, which on the basis of which we made the choices of the places which are most likely to benefit from some form of protection. So I leave you now to explain what we did in Morocco, which is more limited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Okay, so I go with the second case study. Like Anil has commented, this has been more difficult related to the data available, but I think we have done, or we have set a good base for following work. Okay, in this case, the problem to address is more or less the same: sea level rise, land degradation, flooding, and in this case, we have also identified and controlled construction and tourism that it is in a way related to the land degradation and affected to the capacity of the area to face the flooding. So we have considered the two same measures: afforestation and reforestation, and coastal defense infrastructure. Okay, for the other case, for the measure number 1, we wanted to increase the climate storage and to improve the water regulation and soil protection, and this will be achieved with an afforestation plan. And in this case, we have worked with a different model, but in other way, we have been able to identify the different coverage or vegetation coverage of the 8 provinces in the Moroccan regions. For this, we propose to expand by 18,000 hectares of mixed forest, and by contrast, reducing 10% of the current background and 10% of the rangeland. All this is proportional in each of the provinces. In this table, you can see what we propose specifically for each province, and which will be the output. With this, we could increase the carbon storage in a 22%. This is adding 3 millimetric tons of carbon. And following the same approach, we have calculated the cost, included the same cost component, but adapted to the region. So in general, in Morocco, we have seen that the costs are a bit lower, except in the material, I think, that in Montenegro was lower, but in the rest of costs are small. And for the benefit cost, the same. We have calculated benefits considering the carbon storage with the same scenarios and the habitat conservation. For this case, we only have worked with 3 ecosystem services, rangeland and bare ground that we reduce, and temperature forest that we increase. What has been the conclusions? Again, we see that the benefit to cost ratios are greater than 1, and in this case, much more greater than compared to Montenegro, because in the worst case, it is 12.6. So this proves that the benefit compared to the cost of implementing this measure are very important, very relevant. So the benefit costs are high enough to justify such investment. And what happened with the measure 2 in Morocco? Again, we want to protect the high-risk coastal areas, and for this we propose to construct dikes in the most vulnerable areas. And in this model, we have worked with the Haussmann method, which anticipates that the sea level will increase 1.5 meters by 2100. And for this, we have identified the most risk areas that you can see in the maps in yellow. I think that just okay, we have identified the areas that would remain underwater, and how there are many areas, and we have tried to focus on those that we consider it is more feasible to work and to implement a dike, because for big areas to construct a dike, it will be useful. It could be this measure can't reduce the flooding, but we think that it's more efficient in most reduced areas. So for this, we have selected four areas. The first one, Stefat, the Plage Stefat one, and we have, knowing which is the current situation and the changes in the I don't know if what's the 5 last years, we have extrapolate the future changes. So currently built area is extending over crops. So we project in the future something similar is going to happen. The same for the area 2. In this case, we observe a trend towards a larger built-up area. So under sea level rise, we assume that the residential area would be the most exposed. For the area 3, we have observed a large expansion of the built-up area. So we project a similar evolution, and that means that the residential area would be highly exposed to sea level rise.
Sorry, Christina, sorry to interrupt. If you can finalize soon, because we are running out late, even though it's so interesting, this case study. Thank you.
Sorry, I go quickly. Okay, and the same for the area 4. We have projected the evolution of the area. As I commented briefly, we propose a dike, the construction of a general dike in this area, these areas. For example, for the area 1, we propose to focus on the north part, because in this land, the buildings are concentrated. So with a dike there, it is we can reduce or just the most economic damage. And in general, because I don't want to spend much more time, we have proposed where the dike could be built in the different zones, considering the criteria of trying to reduce the more economic damage. We have we didn't have enough data to calculate the reduction in terms of economic damage. So we have we introduce the next step that will be needed to develop it. So once decision makers decide the area in which they want to work, the following step would be the cost estimation, as the dike construction cost, including materials, labor, irrigation, and so on. The third step, the benefit estimation, and finally, developing the cost-benefit analysis. Finally, conclusions. We have proved that afforestation and dike construction both are good measures to implement, and they would be good options to maybe adapt to other Mediterranean countries or area, because we have proved that the coastal adaptation is needed and feasible. So thank you, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Christina, for yes, for sharing these 2 examples from the pilot sites in Morocco and Montenegro. Very interesting. So we are going, we're being a bit late, so sorry for that, but we will give half an hour for the lunch break. And if you have any questions, you can, briefly raise those hands, just giving a couple of minutes, or also write in the chat so we can assess it later as well. Or for the people who is assessing to the afternoon session, of course, we will have more time to debate and discuss all these topics. Yes, I also see a written text, so there we can assess it later. Yeah, any comments? Okay, so yeah, if there are not further comments, then I would, yes, we will be back. I will say half an hour, to leave at least half an hour. So at 10 past 1 set time, okay, for the afternoon session, okay. Well, we will share these gather exchange outcomes. Sorry, we will discuss more practical session on Montenegro and Morocco case studies. So I'm looking forward for the discussion. Do you have anything to add, Catherine, to close the session?
But we
No,
have also
I'm
the
just
3B.
looking forward. What's that?
So, okay. Yeah, so
I think I heard someone saying something. I'm not sure who it is.
yeah. Yes, okay. So then, anybody? Sorry?
Patricia, we have also the 3B session starting at the same time.
At 1:10,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, we have two parallel sessions. So for the afternoon, we have two parallel sessions, 3A and 3B. So we have mobilizing coastal adaptation financing based on the examples of Montenegro and Morocco, and enable climate change adaptation financing dives into finance and planning and private sector. So then after that, yes, we will do a group activity, and then later we will exchange the outcomes of the session. So we will be much more practical this session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see you then in half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bon appétit, everyone. Points that we discussed, and our aim is to give more time to our panelists to exchange with us. So we discussed in the morning, of course, about all the climate pressure on the coastal areas in the Mediterranean, and why it is important to invest more on adaptation. And one of the figures that we discussed, and I think was very revealing, is this finance gap that is globally for all climate action, adaptation, and mitigation, where we estimate, according to UNFCCC, and the NDCs of countries, that the needs are around 600 billion per year, 6 trillion until 2030. But only 15% in the NDCs were posted, which present almost a little bit more than 80 billion per year. And despite this, there is still a finance gap for adaptation. But before, just talking about the gap, we need also to be very clear about the fact that the evaluation of adaptation needs are much more challenging than the mitigation needs. We lack data, we lack tools, and the needs are definitely higher than what we have in the NDCs. And according to the last UNEP report on adaptation finance gap, there is we are estimating the adaptation finance needs globally to 300 billion per year. For Med, we may not have the figures, but we all know the regions, and we know that adaptation costs are really high, and with all the limitation of national budgets and the competing priorities, etc., there is definitely a gap that needs to be now bridged. And we saw in this figure on the right of the screen that coastal protection is among the where there is the highest gap, actually, globally, around more than 25 billion gap per year. We discussed also in the morning very quickly what are the climate finance sources that exist. Of course, first, before this, we clarified what we talk about climate finance, and climate finance is part of the sustainable finance, and it is looking to what are the funds that go, whether for mitigation to reduce greenhouses or to protect carbon sinks, or that go to vulnerability reduction, resilience enhancement for ecosystems and for human and people. So among all these financing sources, now the question or the challenge for the country is how to build climate finance plans in a way that they match their needs as for adaptation, using all the finance instruments that are available, the traditional one, but the more innovative one, and including the blended finance mechanisms. What was inspiring in the morning also for the participants is this example that we brought from the African continent, where this high-level panel of the Africa Water Investment Program prepared this pyramid looking at the needs, because there was an estimation of the water resilience needs for the continent of 30 billion per year. And the continent needed to see, okay, we know the needs, but from where we are going to bring the required funds. And that's the kind of tool that is very helpful, because it shows from all the sources that we can tap in order to bridge this gap. And we can see that sometimes we don't think systematically about enhancing the governance and enhancing the efficiency, so reducing the cost. And this can bring an important saving, like more than almost 30% of the finance needs. And then also the domestic resources mobilization, that is a consistent one, but this means that there are different ways, there are different approaches and mechanisms that need to be put in place in order to mobilize these funds. And then looking to other resources, climate funds definitely, but also all the philanthropy funds, etc. So this is the kind of tool that was very, from the discussion in the morning, was very inspiring, because it goes beyond simply saying these are our needs. We look on where we are going to get these needs and how. And the discussion in the morning was also like, this is an example that can be replicated at regional level, at national level, but also even per sector or per theme, and like for the forest initiative in the Mediterranean. So that kind of tool that were also discussed in the morning and can be very useful. Just to introduce directly the discussion, of course, we have been discussing these tools, the situation, the context, where we are, the possible tools that we can have, how to increase the public budget. There was also the discussion on the private sector, how to attract more the private sector, how to use the available funds, including the climate funds. But we have all this knowledge, but why we are not doing this, why we are still having this big gap? And these are the kind of questions that you will be replying to or reflecting on. But I just highlighted few points on like what are the requirements actually to be more in the positive mood. What are the requirements for efficient adaptation planning? We need to have knowledge, expertise in the region on assessing the vulnerability, on investment identification, but also prioritization and cost estimation tools. This also was debated in the morning. We need to have comprehensive frameworks, as the examples that we brought from the African Investment Program, where we can see and how we are matching the investment needs with the available sources of finance. Important to have also coherent climate finance policies, because we need to have a vision. We need to have a clarification of the roles of the stakeholders, how we are also putting efficient coordination mechanisms for monitoring of the climate flows. We discussed also that there is possibility, and there are countries that are, whether they have already established national climate funds or maybe thinking in climate fund, and this has to be part of this finance policy in the country. The finance policy can also target the creation of a direct access entity to accelerate the access to climate funds. So having coherent finance policy can not only give a vision and clarity and have a leadership in the country about climate finance, but it also a good signal for the different investors and to invest on climate action. We discussed a lot on how, there was a lot of discussion on or questions regarding how we are aligning the different plans, etc. And we are not maybe at this stage where all the commitments that we are having in the NDCs and the NAPs, etc., implemented, and the different sectoral priorities are not coming together. And that was a key point on the discussion, because if we do not mainstream the climate action and the existing mechanisms, the strategic planning and fiscal frameworks in the country, then it is difficult to reach the decision makers who allocate the funds, so the domestic budget is increased towards climate action. And then, of course, we need high capacity to develop high quality projects, because the requirements of the donors are clear and they have to be met, but they are not, there is generally limited expertise in the region and in the countries to prepare these good proposals. So we have accelerated access to climate funds. And also there is an important point that we always miss in our region and our countries, and sometimes we don't even see it or pursue it actually, is to have not only the technical capacities, but combine it with financial engineering. And in particular, that more and more we will have to look to innovative financing mechanisms, to blended financing mechanisms. So that's important from the beginning to enhance the capacities on that front, and looking on how to integrate and combine these expertise. Finally, I think at regional level, there is a need maybe to do more, put in place more technical, but as well as, why not, financial initiatives at the regional level. So these are, to my view, some of the requirements that we need to look at, and that can really help us go from the situation where we are still having these difficulties to bridge the gap, the financing gap, to situation where we are more or accelerating and having access to more funds. I will give it back to you, the floor, Vangelis, of course, to reflect on these maybe additional questions that I'm putting here, because I listed some of the requirements, but I'm sure that colleagues and panelists, distinguished panelists, may have other requirements in mind, and it will be great to hear from them why still we are not meeting the finance needs in the country, what are the challenges, and primarily also what examples can inspire us all as a group. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for being very focused and concise. I have to say I'm very happy to be with excellent groups like this one, and I feel my job is easy because messages are very clear. And I'm pretty sure that also those messages that will come from our panel, very experienced panel, will be exactly in the same line. Let me make this introduction of the panel, and I have put the names also and the affiliations in the chat. You have received it through the agenda. So we have a team that represents institutions and organizations, governments, and private sector in this first panel. So let me start with Roberto Martin Hurtado, who is a senior advisor of the Union for the Mediterranean on financial issues. Amjad Al-Mahdi, regional manager for MENA, the Middle East and North Africa, from the Green Climate Fund. Ali Ruma from the Prima Foundation, especially leading the UEFA Nexus agenda there, among other lines. Manuel Sapiano, the CEO of the Energy and Water Agency of Malta. And last but not least, Sofia Kilifi, Director for Sustainability and Community of Coca-Cola Europe. Now, Sarah has posed practically the questions, and these are two, and I will put them again on the chat. These have been set with our panelists. The questions are very straightforward and maybe difficult, or obviously difficult to answer in these 5 or 6 minutes that we have available for each one of our panel members. So here we have to focus. What are the obstacles and what can be the solutions? Keeping in mind, Sarah mentioned some of them, keeping in mind that everything is interconnected. So one influences definitely the other, and solutions may not come the easy way unless other challenges have been solved before we get a solution to something that lies later on. So obstacles, solutions, let us keep in mind the regionality, the regional level, not only the national, but what we can do collectively at the pan-Mediterranean level, and then going into the role of the organization, of the institution, of the company, of each one of the panel members, sharing, picking up one successful experience or so that can make a contribution in development of thinking and understanding of the others. So without any further introduction, and I think that was enough, let me make a question, because I was exchanging with Ali Ruma from Prima. He has problem with his electricity connection, and he wanted to come earlier in the panel simply because he may turn off. Michael, if you can switch off the microphone. Okay, so if you allow me, Roberto and Amjad, if I give first the floor to Ali, to give us his feedback, because maybe he will go off grid. Yeah. Okay. So Ali, the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Van Gareth, and thank you also for inviting Prima to be today on the stage, and also I appreciated this morning because I did not attend all the morning, but since I had another meeting, so thank you so much for this very interesting discussion, in particular on the financing and adaptation to climate change, is basically very important. So I'm speaking on behalf of Prima. I don't know if you know Prima, maybe some of you, they know Prima. Prima stands for Partnership for Research Innovation in the Mediterranean area. So we are funding, research and innovation projects in the Mediterranean in 19 participating states, 11 from the Northern Mediterranean and 8 from the Southern Mediterranean. One of the important, pillar, and we struggled a lot. We have two important, if I can say, components in the program: the adaptation to climate change, and also the implementation of the WFA Nexus. So I'm steering these projects. For adaptation, we are funding right now 90 projects. Imagine 90 projects in the Mediterranean with a budget. By the way, it's a very good budget. It's the most important budget, 128 million euro. So, this is basically, if we count the number of projects out of 238, because we have 238, the portfolio. So we are funding 90 for the adaptation to climate change. So as you know, we are funding right now. We started by the incremental adaptation, and we are moving forwards to the transformative adaptation, because the incremental and the system, and now they are not sufficient in front of the impact of the climate change. So now we are pushing it with the Commission to have more funds for the transformative adaptation to climate change. So the second pillar or component is the WFA Nexus. We're trying to implement and to move from the Nexus thinking to the Nexus doing, and we are implementing right now around 20 projects on the WFA Nexus. So I think we are providing a lot of funds. We increased the budget even from 2 million euro for the Nexus to 4 million euro. One of the main constraints, because is the policies. Now we are trying to show the benefits, the economic, the social, and the environment of the solution implemented on the ground with the participation of the policy makers, but still we have an issue with the alignment of policies, as I have already mentioned this morning. So we are trying to prepare even some projects that prepare policy briefs for the policy makers to try to align the policies, but still it's an issue for us, and very difficult to to reach this objective. Really, it's a problem. But now we have the WFA Nexus community of practice. We are trying to push more, and in order to facilitate and to let's say, if I can say, try to convince the policymakers to shape the policies, to align their policy. This is a very important, constraint for the implementation of the WFA Nexus in the Mediterranean. Now, when it comes to the adaptation, the project that we are funding, as I said, 90 projects with a budget of 128 million euro. The main issue is the scaling up. how to scale up after once the project is over. It's very difficult, and now we are trying to push to scale up the project after the life of the project. So we have different instruments, and we are trying to pushing even with the Commission to have the SMEs involved, because we believe that the short and medium enterprises, which basically are the backbone of the economy of the Mediterranean countries, so we are trying to push to have several SMEs, at least one SME per project, with the idea of to sustain and to upscale what has been implemented so far in the Mediterranean. So basically, we have two main, challenges in the region. The first one, I said, the issue of the policies. So we're trying to pushing, and the second one, how to upscale the project on adaptation to climate change. Even if we are trying to providing a lot of funds for the projects, but still the issue of the how to upscale to fund the projects. Now I am like I am serving as the advisor of the European Innovation Council, and there is the EIC. The EIC, they're providing a lot of funds, grants, and as well blended finance for the for the validation, for the scaling up. I think now it's working well, in particular with the SMEs instrument, but now it's not sufficient, because I remember right now we are steering several projects. We are steering a lot of proposal from the Europe and the Southern Mediterranean, but the selection is very severe. So we and the success rate is a little bit low. So to wrap up, I believe that the first, to answer your points, the first one is the alignment of policies, still an issue, and the second one, the upscaling of the projects, because we believe that to have an impact, we need to have this the upscaling or scaling out, and the role of the investors, the private sector, SMEs is very important. This is what I would like to share with you, and to be brief. And back to you, Vangelis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you very much. Let me, if I can pick one point here that you have not emphasized so much, is exactly the focus of PRIMA and the leading role of PRIMA in bringing together the climate agenda and the Nexus agenda.
Yes.
So the Nexus, the UEFA Nexus agenda, providing for adaptation and mitigation co-benefits, is so important for moving things ahead, including for engaging the private sector and making sense for these multiple objectives that the countries should meet, and at the same time that are required by the international financing instruments. So exactly, PRIMA is pioneering that, and it's so important. Thank you so much, Ali, for all the contributions. Let me turn to Roberto Martin from the Union for the Mediterranean. Roberto, you're muted. You're muted, Roberto. You are still muted. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I was going to say good afternoon, everyone, but I realized that we have people, across the globe, so I would just say hello instead. Thank you, Vangelis, for inviting the UFM to this panel. My name is Roberto Martin Hurtado. I'm an environmental and water economist, and I support the UFM Secretariat as senior advisor on water economics. So I'm first very glad that we are focusing on the topic of this session, that is financial planning, because a lot of the discussion about financing is just go to, getting funded, specific projects funded. So I appreciate this perspective, and I would be providing a view from the water sector, from the UFM tackles climate, transport, energy, education, different sectors, but I'll be providing a perspective from the work that we have conducted in the water sector. The first question that we're asked is, what are the key obstacles to effective financial planning for climate adaptation in the Mediterranean countries, and how can this be overcome? I would like to highlight 4 points. The first is this, one of the key obstacles, I think, is this confusion between financial planning and resource mobilization. They are not the same. So I think it's, moving away from just resource mobilization and thinking about financial planning more strategically. It's a key issue that we need to tackle, because as Sarah has said, closing the financing gap requires not just raising revenues, new revenues, but also reducing the spending needs, looking for efficiency gains, better ways of, cheaper ways of achieving the same objectives. We have seen this morning, like there was, for example, the cost effectiveness analysis to try to identify, when you have different options, which one can achieve the same objective with lower cost. So, we need to avoid going, think less about resource mobilization on its own and think of financial planning more comprehensively. The second key obstacle I would like to highlight is that financial planning is not generally recognized as a strategic function in the sector ministries. In this case, could be water ministry, could be other ministries. So what does that lead us to as well is that, as the third key obstacle I would like to highlight, is that the low capacities for what I would rather call strategic financial planning. And these capacities are both at the professional individual level of the experts or the officials working in the ministries, and also at the organization institutional level of the ministry itself. So that's my third key obstacle. My fourth key obstacle is the silo culture that prevents strategic financial planning to happen across sectors and ministries. So you have just highlighted, the previous speaker has just highlighted the Wi-Fi nexus and the connection with climate. And I go into, this is just to reinforce that message. We need strategic financial planning, for example, not just in the water sector, but we need in the relationship between the water sector, with the energy sector, with the agricultural sector. And the current silo culture prevents that from happening. The second question we've been asked is, as part of solutions, how can stakeholders work together regionally to attract and align financing for adaptation action? And I would like to, put on the table one option, and is this need for a concerted effort of different stakeholders to develop the capacities of the public sector to perform its role in this area. We can think, for example, when we think about, public sources of finance that are used to finance public expenditures, like an investment and infrastructure development program, then you need capacities for making the case to the Ministry of Finance, for engaging in the budgetary process, for investment planning, for intersectoral coordination. So this is some of the things that I believe Sarah has touched upon this morning in her more extended presentation. And we need capacities for that. Now, public sources of finance also pay for private expenditures. So when we have any subsidy program, that's what we are doing. We are, taking funds from the private sector to the private sector. Now, we need capacities to improve the targeting of those subsidy programs so they achieve what we want them to achieve in the area of adaptation. But when we're talking about finance, we also have private sources of finance. And I think Gerd has touched upon, has explained about this morning. And to attract commercial finance, we need better investment planning, better project preparation. This is typical, this is not a specific of adaptation finance. This is just sector finance more generally. And lastly, you may have, how do you get private actors to pay for private expenditures? And that's the role of public policies, that public policies need to provide incentives for adaptation investments. And here issues like water pricing or land use planning, those type of policies. And so we need also capacities to develop and implement those public policies. Finally, you ask us, what's the role of our organization, of the UFM in playing in supporting Mediterranean adaptation financing? I would say in a nutshell that the UFM role is to support policy development through regional cooperation and learning. What we have done in that regard, it, comes from the, the wider water finance work that we have done, starting with the UFM financial strategy for water that was developed in 2018. That tries to provide bring a strategic approach perspective to water finance, and focuses both on the expenditure planning and management, and which includes the cost of adaptation, and on revenue raising, which includes climate finance. We have done some training workshops on climate finance, and we plan to do more. In 2022, we organized a conference, our annual conference on water finance and investment, focused on water, climate, and finance. And as part of that, we have 7 key recommendations for policymakers, which are you can get from our policy brief on water, climate, and finance that was published a few months later. And lastly, I would like to look at the future. We have recently created the UFM Working Group on Water Finance and Investment, and at its second meeting, climate finance was identified as one of the top 3 priorities and retained for further work. So we will be looking forward to the conclusions of this panel, as that we hope that will help us as well with our future work. Thank you, Vangelis.
Thank you very much, Roberto. I will only pick the silo culture that you have highlighted, and how we need to fight this. I mean, to tackle this, and the opportunities that lie ahead if we do better and if we do engage the range of stakeholders, including the public and the private, in sharing the resources. The role of the UFM in that is absolutely critical. And here we come to the big challenge of engaging not only the ministries of water that are in your group and so actively, but also the ministries of environment that are leading the climate agenda, especially when it comes to international climate financing. And here I turn to GCF, and I'm glad Almighty to tell us about that. GCF, the biggest, right, international funding mechanism on climate that engages all. So
thanks. Yeah, thanks, Vangelis, and it's a pleasure to be with all panel members here and see some familiar faces as well. So I think most of that challenge already being covered by Sarah, Roberto, and Ali. So let me take it from GCF perspective and focus more on opportunities maybe. So I think it's if we look at the landscape, it's a very clear climate adaptation. It's a very critical priority because it's really impacting vulnerable communities, particularly in the developing countries and of course in the Mediterranean as well. And of course the financing gap for the adaptation, it's a big gap, and to bridge that gap, we really need to look at how we mobilize resources. But of course, it's not just about mobilizing resources, but we really need to ensure those resources are really used effectively and sustainably as well. And this is where really green climate funds step in to provide that strategic support to scale adaptation efforts worldwide, and of course in the Mediterranean or MENA region as well. So the role for GCF as like the world's largest dedicated climate fund established under UNFCCC, it's a very unique position to drive really climate adaptation projects. So we work to really catalyze billion in adaptation finance, ensuring that investment really reach the communities that in most need. And let me briefly give one example here where it really illustrates that impact. So for instance, really we have been involved in ecosystem-based adaptation and resilience infrastructure project that bring that lasting benefits in Egypt for coastal water management and resilience, and that was done with UNDP. So the approach that GCF actually taking, it's to bring that blended finance model to be able to lower some of the risk that's being highlighted, and also make those projects very attractive to the private sector. And if we look at the private sector, it's a clear, they have a clear role to play in the adaptation finance. However, they are really reluctant to engage, to invest in adaptation. And we try to provide really like a financial tool that really encourage de-risk the investment for them. And that's through really like a financial tool like concessional loans, guarantees, first loss capital, but also come very strongly to de-risk that investment and create incentive for the private sector to participate in climate adaptation. A good example of this, like a recent project that being just approved last week in our board, where really allow the private sector to support the large-scale resilience project like water infrastructure resilience project, and that 1.2 billion project that being approved. And to look at how we can really reward the private sector to engage and mobilize more resources in that. However, when it comes to really our financial planning, we do really face some common challenge, like high initial costs, the uncertain return on adaptation project. And those by itself, it's really make the private sector hesitant to invest. However, there are many opportunities we can really explore. New financial instrument, I think Sarah has mentioned some, but it's really if we are able to look at adaptation bonds, climate debt swap, we try to look at how the climate finance can really play a role in the debt swap as well, taking like, yeah, the south of the Mediterranean really are in a high debt ratio as well, but also green insurance product. All of them have really a potential to attract more private capital as well. In addition, in GCF, I think that also came through some of the previous points, where we tried to build also the local capacities for the financial planning through our readiness modality that come with a clear envelope for each country, 10 million for each country. I will try to support the national and regional partner to develop their own sustainable finance expertise and build that capacity to be able to look at scaling long-term adaptation effort. I think one of the key points I wanted to make here, the question is not really about the quantity of the finance, but it's really the quality of the finance. And that required to come with a new narrative, with a new capacity that need to be developed in that. If we're looking for future, so GCF really is committed to expand our pipeline in adaptation project with a very clear target in our strategy for like the 13 billion that we have for the next 4 years. It has to be like 50-50 between adaptation and mitigations projects. So we have a very clear target and mandate for us. We have to work to deliver on. And we do this by really working with multi-development bank, with local financial institutions, with development agencies, but also with the private sector to make that happen. And looking at all the financial planning tools that we can offer to lower the investment barriers and scale up really the support, especially in a region like MENA, or where they cross with the Mediterranean, and really look at the underserved country and the country that's really in fragile conflict state as well. So with that, like with closing my remark here, I think it's GCF is really looking to collaborate with public and private partner to drive that innovative finance, looking at all the different innovative finance mechanisms to be able really to scale the investment for adaptation, but also work on creating that new narrative and make the focus really on quality of the finance rather than just quantity of the finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last point is so important indeed, and it is so encouraging to share the news of the 50-50 with mitigation. I mean, this is the great news. Okay, so excellent and a great avenue for synergies, and hopefully the Mediterranean countries will be able to tap on this great opportunity of GCF and come forward indeed with their needs, their priorities in a way that makes sense also for GCF as an instrument, funding instrument. Thank you so much. Let me turn immediately to Manuel Sapiano, CEO of the Energy and Water Agency of Malta, joining us from Vienna.
Exactly.
Thank you, Manuel.
So thanks, Vangelis, and Good afternoon to all. So I will try to answer the questions from, let's say, a different perspective, particularly that of, let's say from a policy perspective, which is after all what our agency does. And if we look at, let's say, financing for adaptation, and obviously financing for adaptation, we're looking at projects which can sustain themselves, which can be sustainable for the long term. One big bottleneck, and this to answer one of the questions which I see, is sometimes the isolated or block consideration of interventions. So if we are talking about a water project, we tend to look at just the water sector when evaluating the projects, and we just tend to look sometimes just from a cost perspective, but tend to forget that a project in the water sector can have cross benefits in other sectors, in other areas. And these cross benefits are seldom evaluated, are not so much, let's say, in the mainstream of evaluation techniques. If we look at the nexus per se, for example, so if we're looking at an adaptation measure, which an adaptation measure in the Mediterranean is would definitely be linked to non-conventional water resources, so water production. So one could look at water reuse, so projects related to the diversification of supply. Going beyond just the water sector, like linking water to food, the fact that we are producing water and the fact that we are ensuring supply security for agriculture, we're addressing food security, we're addressing the stewardship of the natural environment by agriculture, and those aspects have benefits on their own right. The water energy link, by moving towards potentially production sources which have a lower energy impact than more conventional sources, such as more conventional, non-conventional, if I may say it, desalination solutions, that has also a lower energy impact and a mitigation impact, but also sustaining agriculture serves to reduce the pressure on natural water resources and therefore serves to facilitate the sustainment of ecological flows. So have environmental benefits, apart from a number of horizontal benefits which one can associate with one smaller reuse project, possibly cleaner air, healthy ecosystems, and managed agricultural areas which can facilitate development of walking trails, so better health, but also agri or ecotourism opportunities. So there are a number of number of benefits which we do not, let's say, which we do not sometimes monetize and put in the equation. And this is mainly because we tend, and it's I think it's quite a common practice to compartmentalize policies, where if the water is a water project, then the focus is primarily on water-related impacts. Adopting broader policies can delve and can enable us to link up these co-benefits with the energy in the ecosystem and agriculture, and also other broader considerations. And allow me to go into basic science. When we talk about actions, our basic science, we were taught that action and reaction are equal and opposite. So if there is a cost, there is an equal benefit. If there is an impact on one side, if there's a negative impact, there can also be other impacts which can balance. So when we're talking about now assessments, and we're talking about environmental economics, we cannot keep moving by adopting assessment practices which take into account half of the environmental economics concepts related to costs. But we need also to look at benefits. And why are action and reaction equal and opposite? Because if we look at the Mediterranean, where water is scarce, and therefore the cost of harming water is high, Similarly, the benefit of protecting water and the benefit of creating water and the benefit of sustaining the water ecosystem has also a higher value than in regions where water is more abundant. And so we talk about the polluter pays principle, mind. It's an important principle. It's important that it is applied because whoever pollutes should pay for that pollution. But why shouldn't equally the remediator, so the one who removes pollution, benefit? So why are we just looking at cost and not applying these, let's say, the other side of the coin of environmental economics? And once more, when we're talking about action reaction, equal and opposite. So the value of cost will be, can also, let's say, be balanced with the value of co-benefits, possibly not fully balanced, but there would already be an element of, let's say, limited balancing out, which give value to positive measures, give value to positive projects, which go beyond the subject of the project itself. And if we consider this context, one could look at using co-benefits to support projects which lead to these benefits. So when we are talking about sustainability, we're financing sustainability, we could, let's say, a broad economic framework could look at monetizing co-benefits and basically paying for the co-benefits which a project which will actually create. And that would therefore ensure that co-benefits can be used as incentives for also for directing private sector investment. Because if the private sector is investing in a project which leaves associated benefits, external benefits, there would be a mechanism of supporting, of paying, of recognizing those alternative benefits. To start closing, I would quote definitely the Water Framework Directive in the EU, which ties cost recovery and the promotion of efficiency in water use, and also promotes consideration of environmental and resource costs, and in brackets, I put benefits in the cost recovery process. So the Water Framework Directive is already looking 24 years old now, was already looking at the consideration of externalities, both costs and benefits in the cost recovery process. Still, even at the EU level, we're discussing the application of this famous Article 9. But if we are looking at moving towards sustainability, and therefore cost recovery is one aspect of sustainability, which is sustainability which is not there because just money is pumped blindly into it, but it is a sustainability which can sustain itself. We need to promote these comprehensive initiatives which support, let's say, this look into environmental and resource costs and benefits when looking at projects, and also other social and economic externalities which come with them. The Nexus provides a framework for this, and if we look at comprehensive policy assessments, we look at comprehensive even feasibility assessments based on a Nexus framework, this could increase the relevance of consideration valuation. By valuation, I mean monetization of external benefits, because the links will become clearer. Adopting a Nexus approach will clarify the links at least between 4 major sectors which deal with, let's say, the important aspects of water management. And once more, and I close with this would really provide an opportunity to make adaptation measures increasingly consider environmental, resource, and social aspects, address the, I would say, the context for their application. And it's not just climate change adaptation measures, but this let's say, this consideration of external benefits adapted to the realities of the locality would also ensure that adaptation measures can be adapted to give the best added value which they can give. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. We are already running late, and I know that Sofia Kilifi has another appointment. Sofia, can you stay with us a bit more or not?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm asking Sophia because we have with us from the Ministry of Environment of Lebanon and UNDP, Leah Kai, that has asked to intervene. And she has another appointment. If that's okay with you, maybe she can come in. Leah, if you can come in for 3 or 4 minutes, if that's okay with Sophia.
Yeah, I had another call, but I informed them that I will not join.
Thank you so much for that. Leah, if you are still with us.
Yes. Thank you, Sophia. I have another call. I just wanted first. I'm very happy to see familiar faces, everyone on the call. So I was just asked to share how we took a proactive approach in integrating adaptation in a GCF country programming. And since we have Dr. Amjad with us, really this was a very successful example, and I hope that colleagues will learn something maybe from it. So we took the opportunity this year when Dr. Amjad came on board and he wanted to visit Lebanon. So he put us in the mood to update the country program. And what we did is we took the advantage that he's coming, and we organized a series of meetings with all implementing entities available in Lebanon. Whoever was there was called for a one-to-one meeting with Dr. Amjad and the NDA, which is the Ministry of Environment, to ask questions, to propose ideas, to really, I mean, it was a clinique session to demystify, if you want, the access to GCF financing. And during this week, we developed templates, like 2 pages templates for each implementing entity. If they are interested in joining the country program, this is the template. Please fill it, minor information, I mean, basic. Title of project, sector, if it's grant or a loan, beneficiaries, with a very clear deadline. And really within, I think, 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, we had received around 20 concept notes, and 15 or 16 were adaptation. So we have gone through them as NDA and have actually selected a good, if I remember, a good 10, 9, 13 projects to go forward and be part of the GCF programming. So it's around $340 million in grants and $50 million in loans. It doesn't mean that they got it. But what happened is that they were triggered. They were cornered in time to table something. And this was very important for the government of Lebanon to know the extent and the scale of the interest. I'm sure not everyone will take a GCF funding. It's first come, first serve basis. So we are not prioritizing, but it gave us a very clear indication that we have these projects, and all of these projects, 9 out of 15 out of 13 are adaptation projects. So just to say that there is interest, that you have to knock on doors and put it in the right context, and then if not Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, if not Adaptation Fund, Jeff, we have something on paper to present for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very practical, down to earth, an experience that we should all look at. Let me turn to Sofia Kilifi then from Coca-Cola Europe, only to say here that you have seen on the chat that we have joined the 2 groups, the 2 breakouts, so we are all together. And we have already invaded the private engagement part, but this is private engagement already with Coca-Cola. So Sofia, over to you.
Thank you, Vangelis, and thank you for the invitation to join this session. So some of the obstacles and possible solutions have been already covered, but let me selectively focus on a few that I believe are quite important for effective financial planning for climate adaptation in the Mediterranean. And I would start with the limited funding availability. First of all, we know that public financing alone is not sufficient in order to address the adaptation. Looking into solutions, leveraging public and private financing can increase the available resources. So green bonds, adaptation funds, public and private partnerships, but also collective action.
can be mobilized to support larger scale projects. So additionally, accessing international climate finance from entities like the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility can provide critical funding support. Another challenge is often the lack of climate risk data and planning expertise. So investing in data collection infrastructure such as early warning systems and satellite monitoring can significantly improve the adaptation planning. Also, partnerships with regional agencies and academia can also help in order to build the local technical expertise and capacity in order to create high quality data on climate risks. We also heard about the policy and the regulatory barriers. So integrating the climate adaptation into a broader economic and social developmental plans makes it easier, because as we know, policymakers tend to prioritize the immediate issues rather than climate adaptation benefits that are more into long term. But also we know that we have many climate shocks. We've seen that droughts, floods, the wildfires, and other extremes that are happening, especially across the Mediterranean, are impacting the livelihoods of the local communities, but also the businesses, including sectors like agriculture and tourism. So this increases the financial burden on governments in order to fund the immediate disaster reliefs rather than the long-term climate adaptation plans. So developing flood management infrastructure, climate resilience agriculture are among and improve also the water management are among the priority areas that for these actions. But we see also lack of public awareness and support. People in the local communities, they don't understand exactly the climate change impacts. So helping to raise the political will and prioritizing adaptation funding is quite important. Supporting awareness campaigns are also very important. And community-based adaptation projects can also help in increase engagement and demonstrate how adaptation can directly benefit the local communities. But also, although I'm coming from the private sector, we see many times limited engagement. And I'm not talking about the Coca-Cola company, but also I'm talking in general that companies are hesitant in getting involved in climate adaptation projects because they don't see the return on investment somehow. So creating incentives such as tax breaks or can help shift this perception. Also, developing new financial models like resilience bonds can also attract private investors. So I would say at a regional level, we need all of us to cultivate a more common understanding of the adaptation challenges through dialogue and through capacity building, but also promote the collective action. And these are more in the coastal areas of the Mediterranean that witnesses several pressures. So there are several plans like the UNEP Mediterranean Action Plan that's supporting countries in advancing climate policies and promoting finance opportunities. Also, we need to pilot projects that will demonstrate the visibility of innovation approach, like the Prima Foundation, but also making sure that we convene the power of institutions, like there's the Union of the Mediterranean. So I think looking ahead, collective action across different sectors can address the climate adaptation issue, as long as there is will and close collaboration. Thank you. I don't know if there is any questions.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Would you like to share any examples from the field, from a company?
Yes. Let me share some examples through what we have done as Coca-Cola company, and we are thankful because we have been partnering with GWP-Med for the last 16 years. So we have a rich portfolio of interventions across the Mediterranean. And for example, we have partnered with GWP-Med across Greece, Cyprus, and Malta, and with the financial support of the Coca-Cola Foundation, but also the company and our bottlers have supported several projects. So we have a shared commitment in order to have integrated water resources management projects together with GWP-Med. And over the last 16 years, like I said, we have implemented over 120 technical interventions, aiming not only for water savings, but also increase the urban water supply for domestic uses and green spaces, providing water for tourism sector in the islands, in the islands of the Mediterranean, and also support flood management. Actually, among other projects, I would like to share a project that we have in Malta that has started in 2011 in close collaboration with the Energy and Water Agency of Malta, but also with GWP-Med. Actually, tomorrow I will be traveling to Malta in order to celebrate the completed restoration of rainwater harvesting underground reservoirs program that has been dating back in the 17th century. So it's a project that has been ongoing for all these years, and even this year we got another grant from the Coca-Cola Foundation, and we will continue the project. Another important project that I would like to share with you is that the beginning of October of 2024, we just completed a stormwater management project in Trikala in Greece, in Thessaly, a city that has more than 80,000 inhabitants. So the project was implemented with GWP-Med in close collaboration with the municipality and funding from the Coca-Cola Foundation. So the project was concluded 1 year after the devastating floods of 2023 that were caused by the storm Daniel in the region of Thessaly and had a major impact in the agricultural plains of Thessaly. And actually, this was the first public-private partnership project that was completed after the catastrophic floods and was, given back to the local community. So integrated into the city's resilience planning and reinforcing the public projects that they were already planned. Our intervention doubled the capacity of the city's drainage system for stormwater removal and acting as a protective shield against possible future extreme weather events that, as I mentioned earlier, they are quite often. So activities such as capacity building for local authorities, as well as specialized educational program, was part of the climate resilience in the schools of Trikala. So I hope these two examples are demonstrating what we are doing across the Mediterranean. And if you want to know more, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Sophia. We have gone already 15 minutes or so beyond our time. but we started also later. I won't try to summarize here. The messages were very clear. I will only pick the silo approach that we need to tackle, and this can be done through integration. And here is where the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus comes strongly as a suggestion, including for linking adaptation and mitigation. The quality against quantity that was picked up by GCF, the balance in the approach between adaptation and mitigation, and at the same time, the opportunity that mitigation provides for adaptation benefits. It's not only adaptation for mitigation, it's mitigation for adaptation, including the funding that this brings with it. The capacity is a constant question, the raising of capacities at all sides and all levels, and of course the synergies that we need to develop. And with that, let me, I don't know if I should take more time from the other session. I guess no. Let me pass it to Hans Friedrich.
Thank you, Vangelis.
And you will drive the discussion, and maybe you can open at the end if there is time. Let's keep in mind that we are all together now. We are one session that will, conclude, let's say, this webinar together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Vangelis, and I'll take over to talk about the private sector engagement. I've got a fantastic panel as well. You may have seen it in the agenda, but very quickly, Dr. Olivia Becker from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development into adaptation and nature finance. She's based in Oxford. Ms. Shaima Soudani from the Caisse de dépôt et consignation, if I have that right, in Tunisia, which is basically the state mechanism for sustainable development, state funding mechanism. Arantxa Mencia from Almar Water Solutions, global water infrastructure development company. Jennifer Boggs from Crown Holdings in Chicago, USA, a big company that deals with all forms of packaging, plastic, steel, paper, glass. Léa Clatre, who manages the Donor Initiative for Mediterranean Freshwater Ecosystems, DIMFE. It's actually an initiative that is funded through 3 charities, focusing on basically the freshwater wetlands of the Mediterranean. She herself works for the foundation the Fondation Prince Albert II, if I have that right, in Monaco. Joost Borneman, last but certainly not least, DHV Haskoning from the Netherlands, but he's based in Singapore, and resilience economist. So we're going to be talking with those 6 people, and hopefully there's time for some others as well. But I want to start by asking Geir Bergkamp to give us the background document. We talked about it this morning. He's going to give us a shorter version, mainly focusing on the recommendations, because that's what we would like to talk about. Geir, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Hans. I'm trying to find the button to share my screen. Where did that go? Here, it's there. There we are. There we are. I will be, good afternoon, everybody. I think I will be quite brief as we have quite a distinguished panel. What I wanted to do is quickly refresh our minds about what we said this morning. We see in the Mediterranean, there are significant climate change impacts, not in 2030, not in 2050 or 2100, but they're happening already to date. The main economic sectors that are impacted are sectors like tourism, agriculture, water, fisheries, forestry, energy, manufacturing, transport. So quite a broad set of sectors that are directly impacted today, but also in the future by climate change, and which will need to build climate resilience and be part of that climate adaptation pathway. Private sector can engage in climate adaptation through looking at their own operations, making it climate proof, investing upstream in the supply chain, for example, in sustainable agriculture, but also responsible businesses can engage with communities, with ecosystem conservation, working beyond the fence directly and improve de facto how they interact with the environment in which they're operating. And finally, but not last, there's quite a bit of private financing, financial mechanisms used by and driven by the private sector that can be used. We talked about three main types of recommendations that came out, basically oriented towards what can we do concretely in the coming 3 to 5 years that actually will make a difference. First of all, we have a set of climate adaptation actions that focus on, for example, wastewater treatment and reuse to expand that significantly, working on desalination and expanding that significantly, for example, using PPPs, public-private partnerships, but also focusing on water loss reduction in urban and agricultural settings. We also need to look further at climate smart agriculture, climate resilient tourism, also looking at ports and harbors, how we can make them adaptive to climate change, climate resilient manufacturing. What does it really mean, and how do you engage in that throughout the Mediterranean? But also actions on climate services, so that both public and private services, so that actors that do see themselves impacted by climate change and climate variability and extreme events do have better information at hand so they can deal with that. But for all that, we need an enabling environment that focuses on, for example, strengthening coastal zone management and better understanding why, how, and what the private sector can contribute, both in terms of action and investment. But also we need to look at the regulatory and institutional frameworks that are needed to facilitate private sector participation in climate adaptation. We need to have standard business models. Different business modalities can exist, and that could be conducive for investments and actions on climate adaptation. Mentioned already the institutional frameworks, but also we need to look further at innovation programs. For example, in agriculture, in the tourism sector, and build the capacities that are needed as part of those programs for businesses to become much more climate resilient and contribute their fair share to climate adaptation. Last but not least, the third part is attracting then the private finance. A key part, as we discussed this morning, is that small and medium enterprises have a major role to play in the economies in the Mediterranean, throughout the Mediterranean. So we need to have the right mechanisms that reaches those small and medium enterprises if they are going to be part of the climate adaptation pathway. So for that, we have quite a bit a role to play by local banks to provide with particular commercially available, sustainably type credits. Companies can also engage through their ESG and CSR programs, focusing on what I said earlier, working with communities and conservation issues. New mechanisms that we will focus on markets. We could see water trading, water markets, like in Australia, I said this morning also, payment for ecosystem services, investments in upstream catchments, for example, to make them more resilient, catch shares with fisheries, with fishermen and fisher folks, that actually would help to reduce overfishing. But also mechanisms like was mentioned earlier already, sustainability bonds, green bonds, or debt for nature and climate swaps can be used to actually mobilize significant public and private financing for climate adaptation. Then on the more innovative side, finally, focusing more on how do you actually mobilize, for example, artificial intelligence to accelerate climate adaptation in the Mediterranean through a ground challenge, or looking at venture capital, focusing more on innovative companies with new technologies. And for that, to bring that all together, we propose that you need a finance lab for the Mediterranean, where different actors, banks, insurance companies, local farmers, different training institutes can come together to actually learn and accelerate that transition. And of course, we need to look at risk transfer and insurance. There's quite a bit of a way to go in the Mediterranean to get it broader accepted. And we need a clear monitoring and evaluation then of if we start those initiatives, how are they faring and what are we learning? So there was a quick introduction of what we recommend of practical actions that can be taken in the years to come. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ger. I think that's clear. I'd like to now go back to my panel, but I want to take the prerogative of the moderator and have different people speak at a different time, because I want to start with Arantxa, if that's okay with you, Arantxa. As you saw, maybe just from the recommendations, the first three are all about water. And that's what you're doing. You've got a lot of experience in the Mediterranean. Can you give us your thoughts about, what are the obstacles, but maybe more so, what are the opportunities? How do you see that working? How do you see the regional perspective? Give us your experience, please.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to participate in the panel with all the experts here. As you mentioned, we are a water company. We are a water developer that we invest in our projects. So we are also a private finance company, but for our own water projects. After working long time in the Mediterranean countries, and I think it has already been discussed, but one of the main challenges for the engagement of the private sector is the lack of a clear and stable regulatory framework. But it is not only the framework for the investment, but in our case, is the framework for the use of the new sources of water. And we are talking mainly about desalination and water reuse. Even in most of the countries, there is not a clear regulation about these two types of new sources of water. And without this regulation, together with some question marks in some of the countries for the private investment, is quite challenging for the private investor to commit that equity. Just as an example, I'm not sure if you are aware, but it was not until last week that the Spanish government approved a new regulation about water reuse. And that regulation gives clarity to the producers, to the end users, and to the investors about the new possibility of water reuse, mainly coming for industries and the possibility of using that water again. So if that happening in a country as Spain, each country has their own challenges, and normally there is not a regulation about these new sources of water. And if you put together this with the tariff structure, you have there a part of the big issue, because normally the water tariffs don't reflect the cost of water services. And that's the main issue we are having as private investors, that is very challenging to give a service as a water service without having the right tariff. In some specific countries, but I think it's something worthy to mention, because in places like Egypt or Turkey, there is also the issue of the currency risk. That for the private investors, that's for the equity of the private investors, that's a challenge. And I think there is where the multilaterals, the governmental institutions, probably it's easier to provide a solution to securing that investor risk for currency. And it's important to remark that this is something that only happens in water, because in energy projects or other renewable projects, all of them are in hard currency, normally in euros. So it's always an issue for water, and it's an issue that for me is not easy to understand. But talking about framework, about tariff, and about currencies, I think in general what is needed is to create public policies to promote fair and transparent tariffs that enable the private financing to ensure all the area, the Mediterranean area, equitable access for water. And I think that goes together with putting innovative financing schemes. It has been mentioned before, all these project finance, public-private partnerships that have been used, and it has been used in the Mediterranean area with a lot of success, in Algeria, for instance, and in other places, I think can play a critical role if we are able to work together with the public sector and the private sector to try to build these policies that we can develop common standards share best practices between private and public sector, and establishing a strong foundation for these sustainable solutions. I think sometimes we are very afraid of putting together the public sector and the private sector, and I think that's the first thing we need to do.
Thank you. No, that's very clear. Public-private partnership, certainly something we highlighted as well as a key area. I think your comments about currency risk, very interesting. I haven't heard that before. I wonder, Olivia, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, is that something you've come across, the currency risk? And what is your thought about, what we said earlier, private sector engagement in the Mediterranean, national level, local level? Your thoughts, please.
Yes, thank you. I found that very interesting as well. I'm not a banker, full disclosure. So,
but you work for a bank.
I do work for a bank. Yes, I know it's a big risk, and sometimes, we try to lend in local currencies, but obviously that can be problematic on our end in terms of currency risk. But yeah, maybe just to speak to the other questions. So I work in the climate adaptation and nature finance team within the EBRD. And as we all know and have heard in the previous presentations, the Mediterranean region is facing a number of adaptation challenges, and it's one of the most problematic sub-regions within the wider EBRD region. Coastal resilience not only speaks to the need to adapt to sea level rise and increasing storm intensity, which is often what most people think about, but also salinization, which is in turn exacerbated by water stress and excessive groundwater abstraction. And the challenge is complex and lacks a silver bullet solution. That being said, there's a clear need for increased investment in climate change adaptation, given that many countries, particularly in the South and Eastern Mediterranean, have limited fiscal budgets to deploy an adaptation projects. Mobilizing private sector is widely recognized as critical to meeting those financing needs. However, many barriers exist in engaging the private sector in these activities. Many of the sectors that are most vulnerable to physical climate risk, including in coastal areas, are publicly owned. For example, municipal and primary irrigation, water supply, and transport infrastructure. Enhancing resilience in these sectors disperses benefits across many users rather than being accrued by an individual investor, and returns on investment are often low in financial terms. For these sectors, there can be low appetite for private sector financing from both sides. So the public sector may be concerned about adverse consequences of higher cost of capital, for example, the need to increase tariffs. And on the other side, activities may not be sufficiently profitable for private investors. Speaking to the perspective of climate vulnerable corporate entities, which is something the EBRD, a sector that the EBRD works with a lot. Some companies, particularly smaller enterprises, may lack the technical capacity and expertise to understand their risk exposure and to identify the relevant resilience measures. And also companies may wish to prioritize short-term cost savings over long-term resilience investments. So those are some barriers that I've outlined. In terms of what the EBRD is doing, so in the context of increasing climate amplified shocks affecting our countries of operations, our Climate Adaptation Action Plan has an explicit focus on mobilizing the role of the private sector. Taking the example of Morocco, which has the largest adaptation finance needs among our Mediterranean countries of operations, I believe, but with a caveat that I'm not sure where that source comes from. The EBRD aims to meet these needs in a range of ways. So, for example, our Green Economy Financing Facility program involves channeling grant finance into our credit lines to local banks in Morocco, which are then on-lent to private sector enterprises to cover up to 15% of investments in water conservation thus incentivizing adaptation technologies in water-intensive private sector operations. Another approach that the EBRD takes involves leveraging our transactions with the public sector, so large-scale investments in primary irrigation water supply, for example, to actually build capacity among private sector customer bases. So, for example, in Morocco, as part of a transaction in a primary irrigation network, the EBRD supporting a capacity building program to encourage the adoption of more water efficient and sustainable irrigation practices on the demand side among farming beneficiaries. Thirdly, there can be instances where private sector operations can actually play a major role in delivering adaptation benefits in the wider system. For example, the EBRD worked with a water-intensive client, manufacturing client, to invest in additional water infrastructure capacity to not only serve their own needs, but also the needs of local municipalities. And given the substantial economies of scale that can be achieved through dual-use water infrastructure, this model holds a lot of potential for addressing the lack of financial capacity in public sector agencies in the region more broadly. So maybe just to sum up and reflect on the way forward for the EBRD, in order to identify projects that mobilize private sector finance to deliver resilient solutions at scale, diagnostic work that identifies hotspots of risk, climate risk, accounting for these dependencies that have been mentioned a lot, I've noticed throughout the webinar. So dependencies between public and private sectors is essential. For example, on request from the Moroccan Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, the EBRD is actually embarking on such diagnostic work as a basis for identifying and prioritizing resilience investments, including in the private sector, that respond to sea level rise and its impacts. So looking ahead, the EBRD recognizes the value of these approaches and really wants to mainstream them in enhancing our impact in resilience. So approaches that prioritize most cost-effective projects to strengthen resilience at scale, including in the coastal zone. And with that, I'll leave it, but maybe just to emphasize how interesting I found the previous presentations. And thank you for the invitation.
And thank you for your thoughts. I think you said a couple of things which really move very nicely into Chaima's thoughts. The fact that, yes, some countries in the Mediterranean don't have the resources for adaptation, and you threw out the carrot almost that Morocco has the largest needs. I wonder what Tunisia says. But Chaima, what you are the government's institution for sustainable development, including climate adaptation, I guess. How do you look at this? Is it just a national issue? Could you work regionally? How do you see engagement with the private sector? Give us your thoughts, please.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us. So I'm Shama Soudani from Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations, as Hans said. Just to let you know that CDC, or Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations, is a public financial institution that operates under the ownership of the state, Tunisian state. And our primary role is to support Tunisia's economic and social development by funding projects in different sectors, mainly in strategic investment in infrastructure, supporting startups and SMEs, and to manage assets and financial services. So CDC acts like a trusted state-owned financial anchor for development projects. And for that, for example, we are trying to get the accreditation for the Green Climate Fund. Say hi to Amgad for that. And actually all our missions aligns with national priorities. For sure, there would be a lot of strategic alignments with what is happening in the Mediterranean region. CDC operates as a public financial institution, but I need to underline that CDC needs to address only projects that demonstrate certain profitability. So we are not addressing directly the public projects that are led by the government or by the ministries. And for that, our first partner is actually the private sector. But with the private sector for adaptation projects, we are facing a lot of challenges in Tunisia. First of all, this was actually underlined and discussed from this morning, that the private sector is not really seeing a lot of profitability in the adaptation projects. So maybe one of the solutions that we can discuss is to blend some financial mechanisms to address this issue, so that the private sector can be more interested by the adaptation projects. The second problem, I might say that actually in Tunisia, and I think this is a problem in other regions, that we have really limited awareness and knowledge about the climate risks. So when taking the decision to make an investment, we don't actually assess the climate risks related to these investments. This is something that we need, maybe as a financial institution, to include in our assessments, and this would make a sort of paradigm shift in what we are doing as a financial institute, a public financial institution that operates a lot with the private sector. Another point that I made underline that, and it was underlined as well in the different discussions, that for the adaptation projects, we have different policies and different frameworks in different organizations in Tunisia. So this is, as a public institution, even we are a public institution, it's a little bit challenging for us. So what say about private sector operators? It's a little bit challenging to understand how to address correctly an adaptation project. Another point that I might say, that we have, unfortunately, such lack for adaptation financing mechanism in Tunisia. We don't have a direct, for example, we don't have a direct institution accredited for the GCF. We are working on it with the APIA, but this is another challenge we are facing in Tunisia. So yeah, we are trying to imagine a lot of mechanisms that may enhance the appetite of the private sector to address such challenges in Tunisia.
Thank you, China. Very interesting to get that perspective from a national agency. We might come back with more questions on that. Jennifer, can I ask you to give us your thoughts from Chicago? Is that where you're based?
Hi, yes, I'm Jennifer Boggs. Nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation and to hear everyone speaking about this important topic. So yes, I am based in Chicago. Our corporate headquarters is Tampa, Florida, but Crown Holdings operates globally and supplies packaging. We are in the private sector to many different well-known clients. So I'm very happy to be here today. I don't know that I have anything very much different to say or to add than what has been mentioned here today. I did appreciate from the panel previous to this one, the discussion that it's not about the quantity of the finance, but that it's also about the quality of the finance. I think that really resonated with me. There's a Winston Churchill quote that is something along the lines of, "Gentlemen, we've spent all of our money and now it is time to think." And I think that that is where we are at today. So there are known solutions that we can do and we can implement to build adaptation and resiliency to climate change and all of the negative externalities therefore associated with it, such as water stress and lack of access to good fresh water. So I really, that speaker who mentioned it wasn't the quantity of the financing but the quality, I think that really spoke to me. So I think there is a hierarchy of projects in terms of high to low that companies such as mine and other companies out there in the private sector can implement to adapt to both the heat or energy side that is required to save energy, and then also to the water side required to save water. So I think that, coming together and as a business consortium, private sector, we can share best practices. This was also mentioned on this panel. And I think that sharing best practices between companies is something that is very much needed. Someone mentioned that there is a difficulty for smaller companies to understand what they need to do in order to adapt. And so it's important that companies that are larger, such as Crown and others out there, that we share our best practices with industries. And of course, understanding that there's a fine line there between what is confidential and proprietary versus what is for the common good and should be shared. So, that is one thing from the private sector that I'm seeing. In terms of obstacles, I echo that of the other panelists when they said that we need a partnership between private and public. And I will add to that and expand that we need a full partnership. So it can't just be the large companies. It can't just be companies. It needs to be individuals living in these regions as well, implementing best practices. It needs to be smaller companies, but there should be a fair share, of course. And like I just mentioned, it should be the larger companies that are helping to bring up those smaller companies, because really it is perhaps cliche to say, but we all rely on the same resources, regardless of what one individual company is doing to adapt to climate change within the four walls of its boundaries, of its operations. We are relying on water, we are relying on electricity that is coming from outside of our operations. And so there is that need to build resiliency and to work together. So this is very much needed. I see that in some of the work that is being done by companies represented here today and organizations today. My company, Crown Holdings, we have worked with GWP on a fantastic project in Greece, and that is a public-private partnership between the municipality in terms of recirculating some of the wastewater that is used from the municipal treatment facility. And so that is benefiting the residents, it's benefiting the public companies such as myself, and it's building resilience so that we can operate in that region for years to come. Another obstacle that needs to be overcome is that the return on investment, especially for water projects, is very long-term. And so there is that need for organizations such as mine to build into our long-term climate adaptation and resiliency planning that, hey, water may not have as high of a return as an energy project, and yet it is vital for operating. So even though the cost of water today is typically much lower than energy, we need to build that into our modeling and ensure that not only my company, but my customers and then the residents who are going to be purchasing these products have enough water and good access to safe water. I also agree that tagging along with that, it was mentioned that profitability in the private sector is hard to come by. And so, yes, I agree with that. As mentioned, I think on the energy projects, there is a savings there. And, you know, with diminishing returns once you hit a certain point, of course, but for water projects, I do agree that I think profitability is something that needs to be thought of further. And I don't have a good solution today. Perhaps there's others out here on this call who do. I'm sure that there are. And so that is something that I think needs to be seen. And yet to operate responsibly and in the long term, companies need to do what they can to adapt. They need to make sure that they're building resilience in the natural resources from which they are extracting. So thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Very insightful as well. Now I'd like to go, I don't know, I think she's online. Leah Glatre, I don't see you right on my screen, but Leah, there you are.
Yes.
A very different perspective, if I have it right. I mean, you know, basically 3 charitable foundations that work on ecosystem management, wetland management in the Mediterranean. How do you see the link with the private sector and what you've heard earlier today? Do you see synergies? Do you see possibilities to work together? And how do you see, you know, the whole idea of wetlands conservation and adaptation fitting in our discussion about private sector engagement?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so as we're on an environmental foundation, I think I will bring, like you said, another dimension to the discussion because we focus mainly on ecosystem restoration. But just to giving you maybe a quick background on first the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. So it was created in 2006 by the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. And so it has 3 main objectives: preserving biodiversity, fighting climate change, and managing water resources sustainably. And we have 3 priority areas, which are the Mediterranean, polar regions, and least developed countries. And more recently, we have decided to be more proactive by creating what we call our own initiatives. And the idea is not just to fund projects, but to collaborate more concretely around specific themes. So we have a lot of different initiatives covering many topics. But we have one on freshwater ecosystems. And the idea is rather than working alone, we partner with other donors, technical experts. And like that, we can pool resources and also knowledge and also strengthens like our credibility. So I will speak today about our initiative on the freshwater ecosystems, which is called, as you said, the Donors Initiative for Mediterranean Freshwater Ecosystems, or DIMFE for short. And so it's Donor Alliance, which was created in 2021 by 3 foundations at first: the MAVA Foundation, which is now closed, the HV Jensen Charity Foundation, and the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. And since then, we have 2 other foundations that join us, which are the Sigrid Rosing Trust and the Hans Wilsdorf Foundation. And so the aim of this initiative is to support projects that aimed at protecting and restoring freshwater ecosystems in the Mediterranean basin. So we support 15 projects, and we launch a new call for project every year. And so joining forces as donors allows us to secure 12 million euros to fund this project. So it's great. And like that, we can support larger projects than a single foundation could fund alone. That was the idea of the creation of this initiative. And so I would like to highlight the role of freshwater ecosystems in climate adaptation, because they don't only provide drinking water, but they are also natural climate regulators, as they retain water, absorb carbon, mitigate floods, and support essential biodiversity. And so this is why protecting and restoring these ecosystems is more an investment in natural infrastructure that supports local communities and economic activities. But there is little funding available for the protection. For example, there is a study showing how grants from European Foundation are allocated around some certain thematic, I think, and there is only 16 million granted in 2021 for freshwater related projects. So it's really few money for freshwater ecosystem. So our goal is also to remind the importance of these ecosystems, because we discuss a lot about quick access solutions like desalination plants, which are necessary, but also energy intensive and do not build on long-term resilience for water resources. And this is why DIMFE supports natural solutions, maybe a bit less costly and energy efficient, and which can offer lasting benefits. But engaging the philanthropic sector is already challenging. It's even more when it comes to the private sector, of course, because I think we face several obstacles, like starting with a lack of awareness, maybe, of investment opportunities in natural solutions. And maybe also, especially in Europe, the private sector may sometimes feel a bit distant from this issue, because ecosystem management is often seen as the responsibility of governments and public institutions. And so, yes, we think that maybe by joining Donor Alliance, companies and investors could benefit from the credibility of a collective initiative, which is maybe a bit more reassuring than acting alone. And so, yes, our goal is to prove that natural solutions are long-term investments, even if they don't provide immediate financial returns. But it's really challenging. And before closing, I just give you 2 examples of what the foundation does to engage the private sector, but it's not on water, it's on marine. But I think it could be interesting, because we work a lot with the private sector in the foundation on marine issues. And for example, next year, alongside the UNOC, we will organize the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, which is an event that will bring together private sector, but also companies, banks, insurance, philanthropic organization, and public sector to share experience and explore ways to scale solutions. And the objective is to mobilize companies and innovative public and private financing solutions to support sustainable, ocean activities. And so I think maybe it could be interesting to speak about this, because the solutions could be adapted to any thematics. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. I think that's a very good point. The point was made earlier when we talked about forestry. The approach could be very similar, although not necessarily the topic is the same. Last but not least, Joost, can I get your thoughts? I mean, I know you're in Singapore, but I guess DHV Haskoning works in the Mediterranean as well. Give us your thinking about private sector climate adaptation in the Med.
Okay, yeah. So first a little disclaimer. So I'm here on behalf of my colleagues Dirk-Jan Dauma and Uwe Best, who had been more involved in this project, and they asked me to attend. And indeed, I'm based in Singapore, and actually it's very interesting to see the problems are almost the same everywhere. Here in Asia, it is very similar. Getting the private sector engaged in climate adaptation is just very challenging, just because of, I think, many things that Ger already presented. I mean, different time horizons, the need for long-term planning, capacities at small and medium enterprises that are lacking risk aversion. And what I think, I mean, what is very important to engage private sector is to get good business cases. We can all say that it's good and beneficial to invest in climate adaptation. We can show cost-benefit analysis, which often rely on many assumptions, but yeah, private sector investors often want to see things that work, things that are proven. And yeah, so to say, I'm not very engaged with the Mediterranean at the moment, but maybe to take an example here, we work with WWF in Asia, and they also try to create kind of small business cases that then you try to upscale to a larger area or a larger at a larger scale. For instance, we do a project whereby they work in the Mekong region to address the climate change there, the change in flooding, and they do it by doing small projects to work with farmers to change their agricultural production methods, for instance, using floating rice. To show that it works. And once the community sees that it works, they can get private sector investment to expand this type of projects. And it takes a very long time for this to materialize, but yeah, these type of things over time, they will probably work. I think one other observation is that I think you still need a lot of government regulation to get things started. It's always a kind of an issue of the carrot and the stick. Do you try to get voluntary agreements, voluntary cooperation of private sector, or do you do things by regulation? Do you make things compulsory? I think it's very challenging also to let I think that in general voluntary approach works with certain private sector stakeholders. There are always early movers, early adopters, but to get a mass moving, sometimes you need to resort to compulsory regulation. Again, an example here from Singapore, where the government tries to get sustainable drainage taken up by private property developers. Initially, they did it by a voluntary scheme, providing incentives that they get an award when they implement it. The uptake was very, very slow. There were some early movers who indeed thought that it might be good to adopt it because they were anticipating some regularly changes over time. So they thought we can practice with it. But ultimately, they also resorted here to make it more compulsory and put requirements in land tenders, for instance. So yeah, there's always this trade-off. Of course, you don't want to have too much regulation. But I think to get things going, you would need to regulate. So I think that are my two main observations.
Thank you, Joost. No, very interesting. As you say, it might be the other side of the world, but the issues are actually the same all over. Climate change is unfortunately not something that is restricted to one particular area. Time is running. Ger, I just want to basically hand back to you. Do you have a quick reaction before we give Michael Skoulos the role to actually wrap up?
Thank you, Hans. I think what we have heard resounds quite well what we have pulled together in the report in terms of the need for that awareness that needs to be stepped up in a way, but also at the same time then the capacities to design the projects and the activities that actually would lead to effective adaptation. And I think in the Mediterranean you have quite a journey to go, but I think with the recommendations that we have put forward, there is a whole set of actions that can be started, that can be initiated and can be funded to actually catalyze and accelerate that transition. So I think we had a great panelist to a fantastic contribution, very insightful. I'm very glad, and thank you for having me here as well. Over to you, Hans.
I can only second that. Fantastic inputs. Michael, do you want to give the wrap up? I think that was the plan. We are just about at the right time, I think. So let me hand over to you. And thanks again to the panelists.
Thank you very much, actually. Thank you very much. And thank all the panelists of this and the previous sessions, because some of the recommendations and comments are were heard in both sessions. Starting the main, I was particularly happy, and I feel better than when we started this morning in listening the views, first of all, of the private sector itself. It was from Jennifer and Sophia that I started hearing recognition of values, at the same time values that are not monetary. And I start from that because also the intervention from the Prince Albert II Foundation brought in the need of understanding the long-term resilience when we are dealing with adaptation. We cannot rely only on profitability and short-term profitability. This is the background. Even if we know that, we still try to convince with economic terms, and this is a correct strategy. But we need to keep that in mind, to keep in mind that climate change is already with us. We don't have time, and we need to share responsibilities, according to resources. This is a background. Then we come to some ideas offered today, and I start with the previous session, Manuel, who said private polluter pays principle needs to be read also in an invert way. Those who do not pollute, those who help, should have incentives. And this is a very interesting idea on which we have to also work. What I'm saying is that the incentives need to go deeper in also in taxes, in providing new areas and new combinations. And then we come on the obstacles for that. We've heard from the representatives of governments or agencies that still there are huge problems in the different countries because of lack of regulation. We've heard about the example in Spain, which is so advanced in reusing water that regulation was introduced only a few days ago. Still, in my country, in Greece, we don't have proper regulation for reusing treated wastewater. So at the same time, we don't have enough and clear instructions to the users. Sometimes it was just said we need to find the right balance between voluntary and compulsory approaches. And also what is very important is to see all these other financial risks. I didn't have in my mind the currency risk that it was mentioned. And I'm sure that there are several other practical issues that need to be in the strategic planning that is needed for the adaptation. I think that also we have already many successes. These successes have not been tested, let's say, and communicated and tested in other areas so that they become more accepted and sound for replication. And this is an area where perhaps also programs like PRIMA that was mentioned before, or academia and others, but also our own program, WES, could help. By the way, this WES, Water Environment Support phase, is going to be followed by a new one where we have biodiversity and climate action added to the water environment support. And also we have a much bigger reach out component, so that all what we discussed, including the need to work in specific strategies, such as the one of WIFE, the Water Energy Food Ecosystem strategy in the Mediterranean, where many of the partners, the institutional partners around are involved, may help also in approaching in a more integrated way this issue. So integration, it was mentioned several times as lacking. The need to overcome the silo, and I used to say it's difficult to abolish silo, but at least we need to open wide channels among the different silos, are all issues identified already, but where we need to bring them closer and in synergy. I would like to say that this meeting, this webinar, is a preliminary one for the roundtable we are going to have on the 2nd and 3rd of December here in Athens, and also online, where we hope to get one step ahead further. And also there is in the pipeline an important synergy among major organizations and WES for the WIFE strategy, where the financing WIFE is an important part and is related to what it was said. I know that I left out several things, but I don't want to take even more time. Thank you.
Vangelis, do we go back to you?
I think that we're going back to our main agenda, because we are moving immediately to the closing session.
True,
that was,
yeah.
That was to be on the reporting, and Michael already did the report. So let me ask our colleagues in Blue Plan maybe.
Yes, I think Professor Skoulos, he already did a great summary of the sessions, of the previous sessions. And we have now coffee break, and then later finishing with the discussion. So unfortunately, we could not do the session 3.8, but we can make the general discussion of the sessions. So Michael Garner, would you like to? Yeah, he's now here. So Michael, would you like to say something before the coffee break, or we move and then later we
Oh, no, sorry, thank you.
Yes, okay. So let's do the pause and then later we continue with the discussions. Thank you very much for this great session. We'll do 15 minutes, right? So then it will be maybe until 3:30, so 10 minutes. I mean, even though sometimes. Thank you everyone for being still here, even though some of us, they have the time difference from the different countries that you are joining. So we are going now to spend like around half an hour, I would say, for finishing some discussion, either for the morning session and afternoon session. And we'll later do the wrap up and the closing session and talking about the next steps regarding to the meeting that we have in Athens. So yeah, so if you have any remaining thoughts for the session. We can wait until everybody comes back. I don't know if everybody can come back. Yes, Michael Garner.
Yes, thank you, Patricia. I think everyone is back. I'm wondering if our participants still have key messages to share. It doesn't look like it, so unless we have any interventions now, maybe we can move up onto the wrap-up.
Okay, yes, sounds good. And I think already we had a great summary from Professor Michael Skoulos. So I think if there are no further questions, we can do Michael, you can do the wrap-up.
Okay, well, before closing the webinar, I'd like to invite our dear partners from Global Water Partnership Mediterranean and PAPRAC, our partners in the SCCF project, and also representatives of the EU West project to say some final words if you so wish.
Should we go? Thank you, Michael. Should we go in that order, the way you mentioned? Okay, so let me start very briefly. I think it was a very rich and very long day. Indeed, it had everything. It had knowledge that was shared, experiences again contributed in the same way. And I think that I can talk for myself. Indeed, I became a bit wiser, much more wiser on the subject. What I find important is that this is not a standalone. Definitely, it is being supported by projects like SCCF and WES, and projects have a lifetime. But above all, it is supported by organizations and institutions. And I think that we have already, and I know that we have already the next step, and this is the Athens event that will be hybrid, meaning that we will be able to engage a lot of people in person and online. And over there, what we will try to do is to continue this discussion and work more on the recommendations. So looking what comes after. SCCF will be finishing at the end of the year. WES will be continuing, but as I said, our organizations will be there, and we look forward to the next joint steps towards Athens and after Athens, because this is really a much needed agenda for the benefit of the countries that we are serving. And there is a great role for stakeholders to engage. And my feeling is that we have managed over the day-to-day to engage so many, a diverse audience. It was in the morning with all those that attended, and it was in the afternoon with the panels that indeed, included people from a spectrum of partners and stakeholders. So with all this, thank you very much. It was a great synergy for the organization of the event, and look forward to meeting you all in Athens, hopefully in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vangelis. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Plan Bleu and GWP-Med. Thank you all participants to this webinar. I'm checking my notes, and there are some impressive numbers here, and I'm looking forward to see how the work on adaptation finance gap in particular will develop in Athens in more than 1 month, and in our future work. Thank you all for this exchange, and looking forward to hearing back from you on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vangelis and Ante, for saying a few words on behalf of your respective institutions. I would also like to thank all of our partners and participants today on behalf of Plan Bleu, as well as the technical support, our interpreters, and everyone who contributed to this workshop. Congratulations to the EU West project for its great results. I also learned a lot about this project and your efforts today, as well as about coastal adaptation finance. You will be able to access the recording of the webinar on the Plan Bleu website and on our YouTube channel. Potentially the other partners as well. I'll leave that up to them to decide. And we did mention some next steps, just going through them briefly. So next week, we'll be looking at the non-monetary aspect, I'd say, or monetizable, but that's a tough job, non-monetary aspect of coastal adaptation. In Morocco, we're going to be exploring nature-based solutions and coastal adaptation there based on our pilot site that we mentioned today. This is a hybrid workshop in English and French. If you'd like to join us, you're most welcome. We'll also be exploring nature-based solutions and the question of finance there with our colleague Olivia, who joined us today from the EBRD. And as Vangelis mentioned, we will meet in Athens on 2nd and 3rd December to delve deeper into the coastal adaptation finance theme. Plan Bleu will support the participation of Montenegrin and Moroccan delegations there to showcase the work of the SCCF project over the past years. And we look forward to further collaborating with GWP-Med and PAPRAC to develop these synergies moving forward until the end of the SCCF project. And finally, a closing word. Whether we're talking about NBS or coastal adaptation finance, I think some key words that we saw today concern diversity in the solutions that we propose, diversity of scales of intervention, diversity of landscapes, and also, let's say, humanscapes in which we work with all stakeholders, engaging everyone from civil society, local populations, up to the top level of decision makers and government. And we're also looking at reestablishing or establishing connectivity between public and private efforts, between government and civil society, between research and civil society. And these two words, in my view, sort of encapsulate some of the work that we have to do regarding coastal adaptation in the Mediterranean over the coming years. And as Vangelis mentioned, this is not a standalone work. We're really trying to see how we can entrench these practices in our region over the decades to come to create lasting solutions due to the urgency of the challenges. It's also a question of ethics, of mindsets, as Professor Michael Skoulos mentioned today. It's so great to see that we're working on all continents together. Thank you to those who joined us from the USA, from Asia, and Africa, and the Middle East. Looking forward to further collaborations. Thank you so much on behalf of Plan Bleu and the project partners. See you soon, and don't hesitate, should you have any questions, just write us an email. Thanks.
Michael, I just wanted also to thank you on behalf of the US. As you know, this was the other project apart from the SCCN that collaborated for this and prepared also the background documents that we are going to further elaborate and discuss in December. Thank you very much for your efforts, for the coordination, collaboration. I am more optimistic to leaving this workshop than when we started in the morning, because I realized that there is already a lot of progress at various levels. But we, as you said, and as everybody said, we need more coordinated action, more synergies, and I bring something that it was said before about the quality of funding and the quantity. The quality is necessary, but the quantity is also necessary in the Mediterranean. We lack considerable, actually, resources, and we should go also back to that. One important element is that what we are discussing here should reach different decision-making layers, and all of our regional organizations play an important role in making the Mediterranean a case, an example perhaps, for regional north-south, east-west cooperation. We need to remember that. We need to remember that we are not whatever region. We are this region of transition, of north-south, and if adaptation activities become successful, this north-south collaboration is one of the most critical aspects on which we need actually to work and bring again and again to the attention of governments and the private sector. And thank you again for this cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you for these closing words, Professor Skoulos. And unless we have any further interventions, we wish you all a very good afternoon, and thank you for joining this in-depth webinar today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.